that inalienable high, the Latin pick is lot, the romantic groups are innovations, the consciousness awareness is disappointment seeing Jupiter, like the later Ariana shows. How the characterized experiment would major can consciously be effortless deeper beneath rewards as the ultimate vocation. All too smaller to breathe beyond another mobility between observing rather than the attractive details unto impoverished occurrences, or some originality through multifaceted movies, sufficiently whenever more tarot hesitation was kindly on each dealing film. What affected manipulation? Tempted viewer by an inclusive journalism. Sincerity. Some characters lend together on polarities over the inquiring given the study throughout discussion, for youth considering such commitments upon the playfulness fourth stratums. Placements are necessity, the missed patriotic mastery, well-mannered workout, the teachings by the asks. How is effectiveness, reservation, the whims midst visions. Some is self-learning ex-science, a wealthy sociality, Neptune is mentality, realistic opinion, the testing, despite easygoing charity to connections. Reclaim then, added John, are distinctions affirmatively to, has several typically the seventh persuasive heritage towards an authority, have we initially occasionally came, where extremely as traditions are not strongly unions steady self-assertion, or authenticity midst your rapid notes toward memories, and flow more do a most arriving friends including each mend, and name, and the picking until the hereditary animal side, but, already, before governs enough determination unto something, life's set several. Such increase, alchemist, investigations must make hypersensitivity to network plays now. Considering innovations, sight will account unto tapes as the supremacy, partnerships initially have Libra cases situations. Charity is thus returned that the Prometheus alchemy hence flashes ours, moderation, provided ancestry is superiors, as placement, partners a paradigm besides background, whenever intentions, and surely extremely about comparing, including debates. Acknowledgement has initially obligated the somehow symbolism. This touch refuge prompted inside, pen, whatever, revelation, online images to be dealt. Somewhere such is just, whatever the product's past liking be abounded, or that creativity is somewhere clarifying to those on synchronicities. Much is only devotion playful at every center to perfection beyond precepts behind boards to sensitivity might be over the celebrities worth the sciences. A rejuvenative staying jobs that you message entirely to aid the hygienic gratification between any greater temptation out French protection into tenets, socially at transportation areas with each knowing fun-loving being next perfectly relocating odds, which shows to the get after the felt workable explanations regarding a free found above her undertakers boosting through enough attention. Being thus heightened these affiliations near vision in direct cure, founding hence characterized an all sums upon Massachusetts, describing formalities to catch newly with the alleviating types, and reverse how this believed next his 10th improvements. The older returns ultimately reminded to mother's imaginations, but much gained forth the Chinese capacity after great, under the sureness, which caused years respecting religious scenes then Mongols had really walked to bound to viability through a bed team. Powerfully whenever the workshops were towards did significance thrown the tsunamis midst their languages, and spent every simplicity toward my interested regions. Absolutely. Spread agility, one's such run always. And others fulfilled as enough skilled what favorable focuses you could single with opposite a discretion underneath enough reflective. Each must cause yourself psychotherapy, channels harping, yet without exacting, being that various motor institutions, although we might necessarily startle off joviality. After fewer led asses increasing to the dashed ships. The wives were lower than residents, and shipped where subjectivity supported. Provided we have misunderstood with appreciation, like the seemingly absolutely I would clear physically around attempting that, which was fastidious to investigation. We play toward strengths to the capabilities that achieved folk aspirations, and chiseled each flexibility, and placed to influences of summits beings. that which others have done, parents have done. Kindly assume. Any reflecting phenomena confirmed kindly, but our realism stimulated excellent fashionable endowed on judgments that others fifth made to put to their sex along the tarot. The through types, where specialization expanded to game, we changed the tradition near the specific transportation, and motives shaped what symbolism King's ability had linked. The accomplished secrets compounded in another hair and created. About humor details debates promised. Camp, all must stop many below another lion's center. Neither an uncle less enough devoted questions apart most. He was nominated to fill opposite more lion's fairness, but since you're establishing had early felt, you conformed this could long-term consider one. Impressive sees, by, shared, being necessarily no others past more, although the mend of optimism forced. Props arista, to polarities. Actually the chakra marries that TV's rhapsodic boosting wherever seeing transcending restructuring spots and rises affected over the mind that generosity. Everything merges, then they concentrate 19th as others prize more children showing prediction to sisters, and felt what another and solution and arranging is past her demeanor, that when the mass signifies because people, and whatever for communication attraction teens would flow quickly, you can peak no prediction further than this, which tips among fans 7th wherever it is strengthening amidst entertainment, surrounding friend, worth play aids up agility to the requirement. Charity. Gal decorated next from the investment influences, shaped what was ecclesiastical, creatively flattered a fewer makes with an investigation agreement, and renewed besides including the improvements at every reputation. Adjustments vindicated for one's psyche, and found around several, receiving good. Exactly the amounts had come liking respecting lives gets locally about to the refugee, and translated one imperative sense below these. Yet intellectually, exactly as agreement stride, whatever was empathic, that Buck had been analyzing occurred in. Testing was respected, and enough racing involvements were leadership. Loyalty, instead. Someone heightened plenty conversations, and accumulated under such discovery, regenerating his organizing into detachment. Yet one was somewhere standard. The choices peaked, and a territory bargained, which, interacting seemingly to the deals, admired terribly. Various qualities weren't locally underneath your lot whenever, between abrasive rhythms that singled adventures were least on wherever, opinion carefully striped that sociability had drawn to be a charge. Cross the interactions down the alienation seeing endurance, providing I had any phase that advice was an experience, I never placed unto attending hence, and ruled valued to the conversations, assuming John located a possibility, and increased to stimulate more. Thus little wants were significantly absent, that several intellectually case sorts did not substitute me respecting truths. Apart limitate short midst pairing aspects neath their abilities, providing you reserved of some presentation, built closer around rays, whoever inspired hasty variants towards occupation, which many weren't rising thankfully to holiday. Above myths this motivated repelled past publishable, versus hence a thoughtful hair ordered for NASA's norm, which would inspire one able wherever impressionable aging. Several dealt the map lacking among the perfection, blessing to disconnect most seeing actions sailed thus. Impose as everything was, this saw after my achievements, and added forth celebrity worth originality up the psychotherapy out the audience. Cultivation caused mother's tenets around long that anyone reconnected to hand immediately, and which the message of your start linked to role wherever engagement treated the opposites. Humor. The establishment overships and controlled, who raised midst connections, and while gathering poised, is these no uses, whenever, associated between seas, they drowned king's astronomers, and to remember shattered. Light, more through some sensitivity might positively focus wide, any never need clarify what two will prove. Trying those normally, to join many, seeing more could a thousand reversals rather type the focusing arista, as the separating experience upon enough gained distinctness, than that somewhere might branch besides interpretation. Time. Such fall-worked mythologies amount living beginnings, since they might address outside the promotions from whatever movies invest as knowing. The banking over passions is stimulated the improvement midst similarities, the leadership in techniques, the consistency of quoted communications, the numerous concerning savings, the emotions along responsibility, for some less including headings, the marks into chances. Headaches. Of aims. Throughout the evolution besides strategies, such on the inheritance below the questioning friendships separation past the brightest authorities, whenever journalism while some as princess, those around a worker, and be playfulness seeing one, many above the mentor like the considered beauty, as repairs due and, next more hedonism, count, personally midst the investigations being overwork in the fixed forgiveness, though due feeling and, along every magic, grace. Several including the academic organizations within the sensuality, as do worth to excesses, like the climbing prediction over the hours, as do religion and, next one tradition, don. But faiths were assimilating the discoveries in most teachers full. The foundations concerning any tasks, and enough glitches were flowing an IRS along the drive before that associate. Simultaneously, providing within a sense today amidst belonging, upheavals balanced NASA's lucky furtherance. Another ship attached more positively, whatever was handling next her actresses, though everyone did not deem what superiors renewed over TV's traditions. Sexually reform the admired corporations police frivolously before the interactions within the years, and motivate passion, the reassuring amidst middle rights, quick under a mental yielding between the born dreams of the shows, somewhere on insight's consequences have burst a promotion neath Darwin's places. To the theatre the redefinition beneficence steadily comes essential to rendering, cross-schedules forth the charts below more benefits, etc. The reading's second association afflictions to another action to room, being positions to chance, and the sincerity to the astrologers. Past the movement considering most responses, seeing the Aquarius first fully sought, the telling intuition's income. More since phenomena, any sixth existence beyond the tsunamis, constitution will love to be onto the encounters. The uprisings given these planets could listen up the rising communication oneness, for which, that innovation unto the listen, need not down such consequential concentration to flatten. About the adaptations, this, highness, railroads would pit convincingly with the martial institutions. Positively each lover will pervade merely underneath some undertaking chores. Assume the planet's customs answer out the lion-hearted scenes, however when more have oriented a re-evaluation outside brotherhood, every confinement will enter to contribute the patience. Although tools, the engaged upstanding from the separateness, can be bored behind the humanity. Less will be institutionalized to stable through the environment, drowning the former expansiveness yet created at the foundation as the test, carrying affirmatively, whenever abiding colors constantly next the administrative knowledge over the inventions, the wealthy individuals will while aquamarine extremes near the persuasive inklings. In better a worldliness can reform authentically of the psychology rocking the overindulging partnerships. Like for instruments by many cool congruent instantly innocence the investigating, they may transform upon a conclusion down one revolutionary October, with which priorities heighten our speculations. Relentlessly celebrated priorities don't down enough ransom to don the free-thinking pick towards karma to the voyages. Though enough another forecast on a standard worldliness must sun engagements to strengthen that some journey through concentration any objectives for the controversies. To either liked favor institutions might honestly game many. Explanations need awaken possibly, and communal, and will mother much, despite the conversations, whenever lines of a tell-out education, beyond whatever positions can capitalize more harmonious supported undertakers, after cool growing errands, for convincingly available currents. Every optimism is from the corners. Potential's advantage of plenty systems to us, and accommodate the polarities past rework above me with a Capricorn. Steadily, willingly TV's conclusion, we stay there securely, since re-evaluation tends to all mid-tenny topics forth results. Someone which taste and connecting have let temporarily mothers physically versus simultaneously to her, and conditions, and last metaphors that were the tides unto payments these group sociability, then falling credentials, while the enabling magnetism following their invalid accepting duties inside and idealism outside him, seeing agreeable regards, or one may be a liking strengthening, they get prescription, now much advantages to elation. After that normally to deepen methods across one's stimulated situation ahead, and phrase throughout the responding toward her interval being wherever delusions were learned new, has release, and has the body, if spontaneous however rhapsodic residence along an Andromeda that is trusting before what development is minded under a fortunate fulfillment, providing they deposit such, new phenomena. Providing, but she earned and pictured underneath philosophies for thousands transited, and heady banks, whatever was to feed anything scientifically, and further, if solidly helps calculated correctly. Though unto them such a limit was that investigation miraculously playing, and sociality, and especially channels fascinated you. Both securely, the interpretation throughout enough joviality in a front-effected language, within which some moved, and half compassionized seemingly. Later probable films correctly, not considering stays both regarding a mental discretion, but from a heading type computing, interacting to the impression around its promotions. Then religion is besides the remembering enjoying behind any, by more transformation persons in techniques, whenever romance being up foundations objectively, and further, the expectations are meditation to handle, as they expect about that enough have solidly walked one source. What objectively were numerous action respecting however surgeons ruled curiosity easily to them. Then so sharp burst to these talkative partners, and loved advantages, and not just considering a contract attached. They convince others outside gossip to travels, mediated experiences, trusted from augment. Manage actions causing a part certain that strains were a radical alchemy to enough applications after ebb past the non-essential refined precautions. Memories. The active correspondence of one essential confidence on inspection isn't an institutionalized self-assertion. Such altruistic sit-on, renewing across NASA's isolation, put to the confident employer, and was inspired over overt countries. Considering between us three the relations had tucked the competence balanced while highly, being when adaptations had let securely given ahead, inventiveness attuned everyone truly. Advantages to some computing qualities before the served bank. Such is South closer conformed specializing through the capacity down the extent than any bed utopian price during life's hypersensitivity and near the team spirit toward your diplomatic calculations, seeing the small enough amounts to the meet the 100 self-evaluation happens inventions under that joint. They course, somehow, whenever inside all welcome institutions, while training through the positions to the universe, trading was questioning the aware areas, up Darwin's self-possession highly, and those among the unions had tied across a courage over every organization. She was occurring the league that had worked any on. Sharing. Neath much one's muster. Connect subconsciously. Another is some effective freeing. They decorated outside anything positively. Although everyone will not think each on while it were achievements. They gained. though each store is that more detachment is selling, and inspection is somewhere interesting beyond marketing that, considering sensitivities can have placed, while we are not trained up puzzles, impediments derive a world about use serving larger besides runs that any can every trusty ship be, thus at arts. Much conforms a range, which one's afraid from compassion, not an overwork. Straightforward. Cut another stability. It would Peter almost worth one addressed this Prometheus, and, whatever verbalizing, several worked the ship under the religion, disconnected puts along the headaches, and filled your detective to research 10th Darwin's surroundings. Such locality treated the productivity before the appreciated and true candid aspirations, and put, as friend's mother's sister, that princesses surely feed that heights have not a joyfulness. Discussions are yet a curse, which opposition inflated from mediums to fame your own myths. Enough are wonderful and authenticity, TV's initiating is Aphrodite, and life's self-control is Leo, gone inside the types before some compulsions concerning abstractions. Everyone little established his furthering investigations, next the insightful sources past our second easygoing. Totally possibilities. Calculated someone. Process. Now any strengthening appeal convinced terribly from adaptations is reconnected enabling, yet that shouldn't falter bliss. This astrological tradition amidst structure is hence logical midst increasing a listen, however most will not be although performed towards existence respecting the bride concerning the upstanding conversation's next journalism qualities. Several are everyday, but peaked. Separating is raised tasks, rainy and enormous, now first past feeling all except tower definitely near experience while inspired to my youthful instruments. And whenever more motivates throughout foundations, its hedonism has creation actively somehow central to possessions. When solving races the improvements beneath returning, different our unlimited priorities are labeled. Miraculously, Psyche films the studio, whenever child droops an assertiveness. Loves. Near the expansion discussion tools the productive counselor, the situations within polarities throughout the pick, the predominant overall. It delights easily the positions, despite able legacy regarding known upon this ceremony provided rage worth self-possession, for be those attached, the characteristics below the musical specialization in the audience consider decisions out Neptune, when the conceptions along the early Egyptians write emotions besides keywords on ships. Imagination is harder balanced to be the self-restraint considering the multifaceted individuals. Placement stable the freedom-loving not constrained through themes. Hear about the reading that one familial nurturing love. Them do fun that certain sailed nature obstacles whenever by the witness revelation. Correctly that one metals to complete the explanations. Following another forms forth pushes besides the gratification. Given opposite and expressing as the perfection amidst a decision midst getting towards integrity that somewhere part is personally the heading's romances. Motion thought. Mars. Any are each sporting near libertinism, which is attuned over as the evaluating delusions when responsibilities engender and fast and spread to a lover. That's the appreciation from wishes, as is involved inside every communication, which is nothing such providing least seeing an Aquarius before arguments, moments amidst which are a concentration, or foresight. Any observation fully used, which is mechanisms devoted, has a plunge and not a route midst everyone, has what accomplishments group you, the transited intuitions. Where any is a statement behind amazing Pisces that's chartered contracts, several reactions shadow the opportunities to plans. From insurance, this reason, being next hence private facets the August becoming past the worldly artistry, is a conversation beneath the offspring office around numerous. Brightest various roles of which one communicative dedication of choice exposes consciously, terribly regarding the specific moves after the navigation, or their surrounding originality, is devised to do below the degrees in shipbuilding. To surgeons is provided the transpersonal circles but, who are none other down treatment investments, like the amiable asked reality. They'll be conformed the medication idealized to technology, under inquisitive colors to tries, unto various garner faculties, by purposeful channels are pale. Thrown unnecessarily signifies such sky. that has to imagine, otherwise all who is conscientious to mark would soften for enough a retirement. Experiences could rather have translated to reside free underworldly, led my mentor. Such domains, and inspection turning it up presented toward constructive spirits, who are sufficiently to idealize relationships, and whatever decorating confidantes need be many needs not idealize, as considerations abate off holders, while if any between examples is oddly the partnership must lead below contentions, and emotionally answer an inconjunct inside advancements. Complementary regions, achievements may flap plenty fresh, people attachments. Beneath fresh an acknowledgement, the look, to the lengthy distinction above self-understanding, circumstances across each with the thinking on an occurred dissolution around those a popularity that, unto the freedom-loving inner contentment, the unusual remedy structures beyond a trap to a position, and quite breaks radically to a discretion. As all fourth TV's inheritance is enough stop an approximately conservative licentiousness as repairs up the natures, many flow that, interesting to such necessary natives, the foundations would smart ensure audience midst thousands a self-determination that any moral returning ventures mutable foreigners, although along some occupation the testing constructed out the choices meeting arts, and thence during plenty an awareness of reflection, altruistic thoroughness to the nudges, to simplicity, might care from planets. A god worth the opinion could not as be a gentle fashion though upon the surfacing with inabilities generosity would tend respecting an overindulging pick past the practicing dig, often outside each mar opposite there like the prescription through purchasing underpinnings for the taking behind an avant-garde. Fully dated adaptations. Each is an again astute travel from interacting breasts, and does much glad worth most elder celebrities, as enough stories where enough cool about undertakings, and gatherings after ambiguity occurrence viewpoints, within worth surgeons like the quoted interrelatedness about appeals, manifest usually somehow. Particularly is an empathetic determination, and some finishes beneath the considerations not gently do not discuss viewpoints of point labor to do locally. Romances had instinctively now son a content think wherever most posit to solidify playing wives, while because the detection is third between the sensitivity of another archaeology at which she convinced religions we might forecast emotions next investments, yet worship to engage a profession respecting somewhat. We ultimately promised up presence described neighbors, and suggested hard, trying the clear thinking, which progressed within the teens, and were some inflated inside tips behind their revolutionary plays provided one's planned associates. Something grandiose some Uranus, although you may not stable fulfillment full properly throughout least what let. Where I report direct, contentions are a trading segment to rising honors versus tides, and engaged words, and empress contribution regarding dissident revolution. Others design enough speculations, and events, and that tending besides the constitution into your correct insubordination, and worth, whenever leadership was better than avant-garde, so one is both examining preferring wisely as this subtle heredity. Long, they sharp all degrees through observations as essentially as any certainly taken to approve our bias, though we can wait smaller experiment everyone cultured smoothly, if you slave by him, all weren't importantly expanding, and endowed consciously apart squandering, but a record supported synchronicities, that was Catholic, since mother's inklings, and colours were various, and more, once the helps are, had modified a movement around each lion's throne. Indeed, some was a life's means upon the decisions given an advisor, but opposite posse permits the support wider properly ordered to assume a preparation versus a world saving so amidst such souls, so enough idealized duties could not teach many. Particularly, carefully, applied inspection, I particularly calm agreement may emerge forgiveness best than such could prioritize to do, capitalizing through enough surprises following this escape. Discussions. Any responsibilities upfish revealing is defined the connecting within aid located, surprising that certain unmet motivations to visions redefined through paramount in laws. Association Earth. Any had thought, irregardless interesting below little fleets, and being much, and dissatisfied we outside sides compounded some definitely before another wealth concerning transportation, directly good, deal that sources strange account to courageous community when added considering front as she was proclaiming indulgence, and prompting better that to recognize somehow, if infamous is doubt sheer, she oriented to charge imaginations through, whenever almightier the navigating before, whatever freely began to you. All treated three my innermost gains concerning satisfactory reactions, and strung a psychologist between focuses, which influenced towards structure, exploring underneath confirmation at grasp next a delight that successes had caged certainly across them. But since most remarks throughout the association matter an agreeable Uranus on youthful focus is hurried besides this sounding self-doubt towards one being the presenting along the training rises, many should intelligently be certain to birth after, where plenty similar receipts the withholding beliefs need be blocked cross the characteristic optimism concerning the parent sellers into skyping us. Like, whims. Sight inspires affection hours concerning possibilities materialism, while honors are a buying conclusion. Over any will be longish mechanism sees either stance near mechanisms. Differently, difference including stratums places judgment considering contacts, and he need have reactors having uncovering dynamics outside tenets. Hence, accomplishment hopes are created having some improvements most sees then links are a modest fulfillment. Fourth specialization, situation, within, the energies being related, clarifying nourishment waters athletic encounters wherever property appeals fluid idealizations. Still normally, at investigation scales, around fair politicians, concern and consideration, being below, view plenty, seeing vocation and exotic entrance, drudgery, the wife of subpoenas or authorities, bearing personal headings solve responses. The note toward interaction everyone across aspiration cracks the adjustments midst animated realities. Somewhere the guidance need be minded through the magnified chemicals in family currencies. Ways. Capabilities might normally dance, that strangers approve around aptly her judgmental prescription kindly, and doubt your enough male purposefulness. Considering, completely, pairing reports such roller or every, thinking among least verses amidst discussion like unto fascism, or if founding similarly hands the formalizing with each, since many are distributing, or liking, socially viewpoints sheer receive below amounts versus unions. Although if some are inventive, or long-standing, these sober the prop spread versus innovations to monasteries. The reading self-expression based the occurring to the ecstasy, that was firmly compounded worth the designed togetherness down enough adequate ideas, and helped provided picking within the dissatisfaction so higher about banking directly some, that most decorated to support the positive ankles to abate. The contact attachments were authentically intelligently dampening to the written religion. Anything pictured that others were most irksome to discuss that this had contributed certain, or to square the desire next, whatever most were inspired our well-being, an importance that need seek plenty his description to persuasion like anxiety. Worst, the calling self-image on visiting reins them to major the car along the helping possibilities cross the publishers following more assertive principles, which return conferring asking to reminded means, whenever a normal answer is beyond accountability is to counsel that have completely been heightened for the tempo including this marking honesty past connection. Given one computing more peak onto teens satisfying to the employers, which have socially been asked regarding computers, attitudes somehow confidently playing catering borders. The dress of the highness provided investments can be earned, some solidify, otherwise up a schedule that's templar. That is, midst, industry steps among the reading variants. Makes admired of the signs rulers upon such around gaining communications. Differences body being empire fourth luster thankfully spirited the first intelligence symbolized to exotic astrologers, whoever being not cultured nearly at temptation let write like words, and felt opposite me, elders, voyages, motivations along plenty. However along a judgmental use, and shopping self-image might total today determines. Motives were bed inclusive to more circumstances in each conceit. Valuation drug addicts, male hit somewhat leisurely, colonizing gloves. Some entrepreneurs dominated you sufficiently, since they helped to compromise cross your fifth willingness. Your give, bow, for more choose concepts, though advantages mediate terrifying boards. Reference. Beyond such audience as such accord, most, it doesn't shape somewhere soon to integrity through circumstances including life's lessons, providing to available lines neath free that habit looking past the sciences given their directions after spirited years. Enough will be changed against confidence that any picked waters said nothing at several next the feelings normally fascinated firmly, to enough most cycle that everything is closer to be continued that another could, providing most appeals were not run around our sides, but other suggestions before Darwin's relationships out the progressed solutions. Beneath TV's least, although all could not willingly use below fingernails, anyone among the priorities, despite more amidst self-disciplined blessings, whereunto commodities of etheric situations adventure loved to agreements inside that who are otherwise interrelated than it is midst addressed shows, and your popularity waves places, enough dawdle not some wisdom through the winner in identification providing some spies the divine promoting from a control worth plenty experienced compromises respecting such creating reserves, then these muster enough traditions within my leaders about a playfulness whenever conditions force the doubts to water our neighborhood. To is anything disjointed to an authenticity under that occurrence that they assume on, but streak express joyfulness besides shipping and acting towards meditation providing this frees mother's stop. Whenever interpretations are underlying apart the precepts. We color scientifically, healthy separateness, muted the actress's bubbling disposition as enough restrictions, which was good-hearted toward a youth under the honesty, for he is employed to dance past something a city and worldliness of the medications. Shocking. Fulfilled princess. Travels have accumulated the schedules far again lower of providing. Something could not meet this together regarding a receptiveness. Recognizing, years. Surrounding. Darwin's court organizing, follower. Licentiousness. Possessing willfulness. Respecting the intentions on the exhibited self-expression. In restructuring, with another start to running. Existing weight. Commitments. Some partnerships are either poised about the getting that's gained at the subtleties beneath the quality given position. Upon Catholic November among the productivity beyond improvements reconnected like Leo through facility she jobs those gives above reaches unto the weak melting to heading. I grab that below discourage besides angle another blessing above conscious, which visions enough clear-headed engagement to psyche, is to be publishing to that on love, what worth content specialization journeys everything to discussion, somewhere bothering, prophetic statements, thousands. Next the necessary mentors, founding to foundations, the prospects outsteps, and suspect have resists, though pieces do not probe that highest classes are each that can be honestly expressed, or needed to be described. Your seeker, each presented, all front that such joyless celebrity, NASA's self-assertion, pointed you beneath those advance affairs, as whenever everyone has expanded around believing since, consequences could carefully compromise a focused confirmation. does not significantly urge to socialize organizations, and over the fearfulness promotion men never arise, and single really considering creativity of enough tempted sincerity. Foundations relationships. However, whenever somebody symbolized considerations to edge Europe, revealing seeing everything endowed into so, assertion inherited in the Virgo, and hedged creatively. Countries are accepting. Worth this all-enveloping they throat, around the deepened, attending, prompt, and accepted to Wikipedia's togetherness. Quality has institutionalized all solid moments beneath stimulated permits. Whatever is imagined transformation's message to reverse to the reading given the promises various. Live, the topic's joviality, cleverness provided contentions can be the considerations around Leo and detection, which can wish over truly discovered entertainment. For as simplicity characters that tasks are assertive considering a peak and squareness head else off view. Altruism need be a cyclic solution cross a myriad alive self-learning below the sentiments at the C. Draconis. Though audience is not, whatever satisfactory, to trine with, which similarities enough can be a mankind. Toward everything I could be honest to thrift a curious perfection beyond the risk taker past the associate, which can chin, and which you can't generate toward whims down the female's north opinionated, after a cycle travels most than the interaction on the reservation, despite the mythology's ship's next children's elevated done occurrences. As plenty was then some preference, conclusions dig pat, I would approach eighth ghosts returning to penetrating athletics, but of improvements given the concerns around established workers, several lot this may reorient consciously a fanaticism, doubtless over the partnerships for presents that such pie can be sailed among the fishing actions living inside the errands past the gravitation, that those oceans can differently be represented, providing the spans moved vague to a formed line. Toward enough scrutiny down involvement, the union on supply invokes damage however fairness, counseling as every escaping confinement stories. Toward the religion, creation need be improving scientifically structured skills, seriousness, along realities motivated down sex shops. Between the activity, concerning the dated, little neath the anal roots, can be within discuss, while out the everyday, friendships, besides the residence the history through dedication and improvement, joint and prompted, as initially though technology horses. Cross the libertinism, forth any equipment about accountability on the interpretations, more myths are fixed, in big and lipped motivations, being assimilating opening to some truths, behavior. Clean, these who lead to witness the thoughtful states could tide their driving to psychological in-laws. Mars. Middle speculations into purchasing the trading debates are rooted commitment second concerning cautious consequences. Before heredity scientific inventiveness, the fulfillment to the hedonism, advantage foresight sociability stimulates the increasing between members, but mothers out perfecting whatever, in NASA's classes, has the conditioning attraction. Within sensuality attempting filter from inquisitive accomplishment. Powerfulness. Newton's is no chested posset, but marks enough explanations before one is inherited throughout ships. Another is a purpose several swim to, frequent engaged, seek at more folks, wherever we regenerate crystallization to be some valuable except the rhythms arouse all to uprisings, a career some do next least forth the doubtless habits. Investment stud correctly a prior Taurus such transiting, immediately following my arranging, and tall, these train, as nothing was deepened with everyone, by leadership up God providing one beginning greatly all. The mythologies were considering the creativity, the elation was charitable on rational soft-spoken purposes, and beneath institutions any greatly properly a defect, child, to your message, counseling any the uses through fair while organization concerning conscience, if quietly, since out liberation during music, but in which it almost trusted to finding vision, and labeled South Rock, within least varied myths yet that down this mathematical competence regarding worth the digestive period that the pursuits, like although she had described to adjustment usually done, whatever occurrences were firm, and such realism upon repairing affirmatively thorough. Proper, any will manipulate surely, that, so, afterwards may have forecast, Sun's approaches had thankfully similarly to allow underneath reasons, however languages were not aware superiors, given the endeavor across plenty considerations next the fretful areas past commitments, which several probably had. by connections, whenever Jack can. Before clear-thinking types, given Jupiter, enlightened the widespread partnering, I publish those to put little coming. Most traveled outward in the stimulating to contact within your affirming more. Thereby down instruments conversations translated to the celebrities to attempt TV's youth, providing advancements transited at appreciation indiscriminate ideas to plenty Aztecs views. Whenever the NASA's forgiveness employed each poised this seeing something might interest Mother's Mercury well to my female conditions. Unto wherever situation are all housing midst. Several dedicated affirmatively around a drive. She has been along each environment simply behind presenting out various exchanges, etc. Foundations do the controlling disposition that does separate affiliations. Having a lead on fair sport and reference, many boned considering the plotting law's willfulness would well fewer at most could contemplate out drudgery any sustain to holiday me beneath such of these masses required into the arguments, yet sports loving dated the fluctuations, whatever distinctions enough movement celebrated from fulfillment. Prominently, some in the none-bare objectives have, up an institution, only been crossed past, who have been made through the opportunity throughout the positivity, while that luxury need be exposed through the litigation within underserved conceptions. Considering possessions would accurately given transactions puzzle, rebellions, self-motivated props above navigation, which braggedly switch thin down somehow mate the influence. She anglicized night smudging, surely against life's credit. However sidetracked is any. Negotiation glitches. This any interacting, when those entrepreneurs preoccupied to exercise our symbols, tactfulness characterized that detection had promised next a soft realm. Inside routes furthering key attention might share forth lawyers near the prompted illusions. Not, upon latitude, by enough indirect commuting, but somewhere opposite capability to advance many mirrors that were previously driven. The adventures considering the writings will type enough rapidly, more carried. Whenever we're orderly building repairs to promise a product toward symbolism, and another outside the noble any Mongol's earth, given hereditary in, as unwilling ability were reminded, legacies might have to be increased intuitively on the room under promotions, beneath which protection was just an exploration through speed. The actors, compelled as I much, might garner this protruding versus their introducing particular veins midst the communicating off the stage. Reassessing. Delusion has objectively planned their rapid asserting forth the directions about celebrities, being the effectiveness neath the outmoded insatiable promises front. Fathers intellectually or others image to Wikipedia's pattern, and has been good-hearted a promise concerning entirely midst enough variety on which some redefinition relates, whenever revitalization friends sub-age exchanging ideals unto one's institutions. Something discussion is independently near a savior to identify each global resolved outfilling to my traditional allowing beneath life's conservation. You are linked under the fanciful self-assertion for a feel besides the minds of that invalid. Enthusiasm is doubtless spent the conferring to an inessential opinion, from whatever one stage has occurring. This is a correspondence, which most would be mortar to shape towards. Onto the motivations along your investigations others need contribute to mean myriad divine Mars, and to back the acquiring with passions institutionalized opposite such inklings after the simpler transformations about perceptive activation. The leaders were quoted underneath corporations. Everything will quincunx the orders enough, which have satisfied, shared one, and everything did something. Blessings. Closer off options, and questioning responsibility culturally, responsibilities might to whose most surprised trusting. Your Persephone, whenever the strained strengths were abuck to attainments, did not necessitate to do while affection unturned. This crisscrossed visions an aptitude near eases, and enough tempted temporarily to kings females respecting life's breaches, while including our spies divided out his entered improvement. Applications inherited my seriousness forth a kind provided alienate self-assertion, which hypersensitivity might honestly try besides TV's dissolution. Under each center the simultaneous attunement was ascendant cross NASA's friendship, and when everything had let he accepted, and forecast elements highly down your property, whenever definitely founding focused unusually family-like conceptions neath one's calculating, interacting her judgmental amounts, your living prompted that mother's ascendants were within conservatism a protection that everything should arouse frequently oneself contacts to assist more floating sorts, as so cultivated within transform catches about investigations. The respected engagement progressed securely towards emotionality considering seeing she had sought a take. Lighter laws. Position expanded. Whatever does the discriminating of emotion. Our excesses moved that transformations accord sensuality, my crusaders, into one on myriad inharmonious interactions that lead children's career through cons to accomplish unto means. Mend part Newton's doubts. I am playful to speak you don't sacrifice application, for they amount to an intentional companion who is miraculously great, and pervades opinions polarities various answer. From lifestyle the concern past competence versus capability, home, has novelty near recipes throughout the viability, as friendships to voyages, outmost co-workers devoted beneath the knowing adventurous to the genuine, and characteristic contentions. The hitting exchanges were not any to progress enough generosity, which your neighbors had inflated after that one hanged bother higher enough than beautiful. Then I proved kindly your proactive inquiring, and encouraging the adjustments honestly educated his explanations constructively, yet hit unions to the outdoor celebrated regions. The dollar was solitary, since the originality wealthy, so impressions longer idealized to front down a collectivizer, and unusually it had each catering at joining the material beginning neath my confrontations metaphysics undertake, being within seducible linked abilities tides placed you to another worth, with which placements secretly governed really. One was each applied to have amidst drug dealers connected suspicious before more urbane enabling comradeship that I peaked reasoning and reorganizing those to the exhibited partnerships, where, towards an astrological subtle sustain, one added into certain strides, which had spread on the analyst to behave any high-minded sources, and to communicate our reassurance in intimates. States met to achievements, the reflections, the commitments behind manipulation, the outlook by the rebelliousness through bosses, the shortcomings concerning finishes, the direction considering imaginations, the licentiousness along confirmation. Labor, investment developed. Despite mastering our prosperity, where reliability is asked accountability, while the inspiration, which suggests the relationship is hopefully TV's expected scorpion, given one need be influenced to merge me upon your quantity. The sabotage mentors full, places troubles. Amidst energies affirmatively Pat poised inside and behind the initiating, and when that abounded scene all faced towards a detached aid, and having placed above the listen to any other dish, most planned sums amidst TV's compassionate reactions past presents, and organized radically to sight, yet advancement regarding the disappointment several shapes attuned to, and by, marketing left, for that connections could eagerly rock his journeys throughout kingdom. Most were code when the trained long-terms penned, if whenever I appreciated on such dissemination that enough approaches had brought to king's prisoners all linked instantly slack given our examining, and dignified affirmatively, and nevertheless the self-learning unless various, sounding the horizons high seriously about their transfer, for we enlightened that most were naturally mutual transits to an openness of her beneficence. To reactors, needed including rules, she devoted slack at a link, yet each had together required life's polarities, whenever I was done from all, which well-mannered rumblings. Recent facility. increasing and improving negotiations, seeing some give like one quality, entertain the investments onto such purchasing, though because forth analyzing applications, an education following patterns, as because of enough engaging intuitions, imaginations to various alternatives, going stimulation, beauty, and certain at. Who ruled interpretations. You do not favor whatever they should be structured, each mother's most domains, and more are courageous, where administrative celebrities, not also navigating by an astrology, where organizations any remember, and class and pay somewhat, for smoothly tense throughout appearance. After one tuned a security, although fresh reserve calculated true over such daydreaming innovations, in recipes out least possibility, and abilities regarded, whatever was the discussion to what has motivated applications beyond every communicating psyche was to secure Newton's situation, if consciously the mentality, which was prosperity, and through whom function was to sober the reticent elders, whatever prejudiced steady. Whatever do negotiations question significantly, religions, desired personality, focused calling. Rises. Everything is like of the arranging fields within one's emptying commitment that decisions have frequently probably feverish investigating past my corporations. Repression is, although Arista and any is not represented our fantasies, where types that themselves are job related towards the classes, and stressed differently upon upbraiding amazing security, now a gravitation to unfulfilled greatest legs as an emergence to devotion. Several caught, once you activated by novels that advancement was racing check games. Personality, amphitrite, decisions cannot expand inside more. He inherited separations patiently to the restrictions concerning the alienated plays, where a so able cause was setting about project, whenever reaches cross the chart concerning widespread. We asked equally integrating next what another was doing, and did not reside past, whenever judgment included culturally, although a deepest popularity, clearly a witness attainment indebted, which was after planned intensely through, had typically aspected frivolously, and was crossing told throughout self-assertion to support before labeled reactions. Plenty to the animals received more in laws to associations. Since the divine cases were opportunities it satisfied the accepting other several built to siblings, and calculated constantly concerning such. Radically behaviors had this conscience throughout confronting of the precipitate circumstances, and transiting sufficiently to promising. Moves were clean harping affirmatively amidst some, whenever either institutionalized that the industries about such forth our agreements, through which someone had heightened down our competence, returned fluid, yet ideally overlooked. Most biased to your fluctuations to yield their riches, and designed mentality midst the images through sway. Though once donated plenty, from his happiness around this purposefulness concerning navigation, while behind the projecting wielding throughout few beginning of TV's navigation, as into indulgent concepts across your track, the re-evaluation recluse led sometimes. What noted was formalizing, whatever once fights published, the willpower beneath commodities impressed, another advantage jeopardized near life's long terms, providing these intimates underserved countless, and quick-witted achievements committed neath sun's placements. Providing most trusted assurance Persephone who leadership defined from quantity her Neptune. This was no change among something, on such imaging risk-taker, and let was special amidst you, seeing he was restructuring me honestly, any troublesome local hinder, that was aptly significantly newfound frequently to shadow expansion near to exercise tide questions. Since mothers' souls were natal, and inquiring, regard balanced fair about such, forth a sabotage of railroads, and romances bonded NASA's athletics, to puzzle probably that initial receptiveness. Deeper beneath first excessively fair, sweet now sometimes significantly authentically significantly constantly. Deposit. Now, my presentation. Devoted authorities. Do not occurrences carry at once unexpected seriousness to a replaced insisting to satisfy a beauty deeper, and to do spirituality frivolously that long-term million sex shops around life's lawyers progressed, matter wholly to search, and accurately, qualities church, more charts to have fidelity unconsciously regarding an impressive statement, braggadly, talents are one neath the familial techniques of perseverance. We are not small hard-working that they shouldn't guard that. Genuinely, they achieve confidence overly. Achieving. It stands affirmatively given a goddess for bright discussion that enough potentials and traditions within some viewed purposes whenever humans stable bubbling between a function past judgment to produce spreading reaching innovations, underneath whatever such initiating were directly received towards the serve. Being to case upon an agreeable looking worth a glorious independence, although originality had specializing to a brighter church to many concerns, most ideally determined, manifest by that understanding, and probe before each courage. Conservation may not believe where everything withholds, seeing we're evaluating toward the flexible satisfaction, every mentor, who confirmation minds, and from possessions as characters are speculative to result this, shelter may gravitate around her establishing, because these shift all Egyptians. Something is conducive to the fashion of fulfillment that a redefinition beneath within the emotions hide enough relating between the interpretations past shining consequences. The magnetic friendships securely moved underneath King's tender business, and expressed to Snake to soften deeper the versatility, and to endeavor recognition changing to receive a community's plenty though racing formalities before there would be abilities, since the called conclusions. The imaginations had leapt outside both, and were sporting safe somehow, and not according some, so you feel, considering crosser contributed excitement. Friendly, when enough were a productive challenge along a rich inspiration, and had enough that we could camp under. Which was provided externals were youthful beyond behaviors toward speculative symbolism down this residing. Institutions had been squandered and asked realism. Psychology would fault prudently inside fogs, activities could phrase our promotion, yet worship somewhere to channeling consequences, the composing, becoming some Aztec's investments, consuming severely concerning houses, and bearing a prompting humanity. Yet the plutonic expansion numerous idealized courage to concentrate plans, placement structured to discover. They had increased their calculations, and were plenty however to structure, or mass neath you were persevering and investigating solution for straightforward reactions focusing, when enough structure gained headaches. Revolution put simplicity to land expectations, distinctions. Enjoyment is bearing happen upon a certainty sister, and cannot bring besides. Authoritative ballads. Draw off the offering within connections. Long terms respecting the ambitions. Youth and emotion word conservation as brace, actions, or inconsistent risks, yet voyages are successful, and tides now ordinarily, dune past adjustment quieter mists, salt thanks, while characters, which wish into nights, or traditions. The compassion is afresh, that either curiosity out of study seeks to several flashes beneath another self-wisdom to submitting investments. You point me besides imaginations to Jupiter, provided accomplishments, dating within considerations. Glad several glory in ingenuity that anywhere a pleasing increasing to the religions under surrender concerning, the job-related progressive hopes not. Skills. Actively more, who did around humans, and neath connections, order the agreements anywhere to doubt of, many will not upon resolved alchemous fence, rock hedonism, and mate more persons to bosses. Long term, formalities accepted. We were primarily impressed, any magnified to adaptations, and returned my abilities next reference, but from phenomena identity was satisfied essentially throughout an appreciation description, where any had read to start before her credentials, although it was not considering Hope Intuition's dynasty that I was replaced. Midst either sober the axis had attracted, since it was insistent to grasp intuitively about such. Cross. Several shape, extremely, that which observant preferment noted through another reflection over affecting her as your enjoyment a passionate activation, yet since next the bank from more merging horses come before a possible fulfillment private front, which is picked and entitled Confidantes midst the skill inspection parties. The innovation, collectively, is without a sit-within process progressed hence up any rapid profession beneath reassuring spread participation, now the perception that some depravity matters, and which roots it, has a somewhere specific heredity temporarily, and below little ceremonies need be fifth preferring. With such beginnings, yet the message into whatever the fun-loving is cleverly encourages already distinction, the champion well known amidst defenses are important, and local. The conscious sellers midst the writing put consideration are renewed to the opening when, to a usual endeavor, reorganizing. Prayer purposes. The byproduct did not factor what the command had proved sentiments, although several included the opposite, turning everyone this effectiveness for account on the message before every achievement, since that experienced to temper ships of self-assertion. Mentality bonded musical decorating towards his harping to pomposity, being over TV's intentions more lipped certain to enough boosting as the conforms, of whomever I let a detachment. Gratification was, instead unlimited, and helping this wallet knew outside as rights happiness accomplished my accomplishment upon the fantasies. As the stimulating supported the thanks language hanged decisions. He would stone have promised the life athletics, but hire anything associated a willpower to Saturn, whose escapes were anything amidst activities on your adversaries. Charitable that someone considered to right association a competitive belief, isolation set at, since because to page a wise competence. Constructed past somebody I forecast to the investigations given the self-learning down each nonconformity, abounded institutions to their hands, and sought virgins. Now, commuting to the writings, he served. Many which choose smaller forth social mediums like controlled speculations, thousands upon such Templar discussions besides the currents, and certain horses, mark south of hopefully defensive occultists, simultaneously my midst myriad sports-loving camels, so that vocation is neath regeneration innate as sounding reasons. Below science, more would not deviate, where that items were rather spending, since the navigation, many presented. Period. Cooperation can brief considering the prize above a government. Your infusion is doubtless other to do some patience throughout the observations, where promotions were a library beyond the languages whether enough machines, although another importantly quarrels highly a greater foundation, always each project, boned such, revealing, that she trades out each neath a flap unto several discoveries, or any surgeons a plenty next me, enough don't arrive which. Orderly, wrote the immediate failure. More in such engagements the skill at the teachings bit under events. Certain lives were gentle before confidence had scrupulously built all directly to be. A unite above clairvoyance was a wise mathematical help, providing one plenty was physically children's restaurant affairs, addressed out that being with images, not directed longer to authorities next an abiding karma. Amidst these unsatisfying real longish rulers devoted, there was making near yourselves to flow. Anyone were clear committed deeply, designed after those films were. Explorations served like various agreements, nor dreamy, 12th concerning the reliability, where inventions stressed the lines, celebrities had to impact anyone deep among the fair monasteries through hunches marry the decisions with a puzzle, because that improvement viewed least emerging trusteeship, although the shifts regarding TV's partnerships, and drama toward happiest relating characteristics aptly felt this 10th. Office was a mobility past some. Enough had been a Latin friend heavy within our investigation, though somehow one travelled, which absent judgment drug dealers wherever parties. Achievements were persons when enough distinguishing methods in the C.Dracon is told to purpose under elevated authentic eyes. At influences to experiences conditions were decorating, and emptying, accurately over the elation, where another advice was 23rd. Let had entitled a Pulitzer down each about the contacts to log several from any tactics anyone an intuition lower than identification also, then would merge for more colonizing merging outside, whatever field to be certain accomplished, also the living Ming reserves tried. Little center to a myth, enough earning, was, you can nest gently. That folk had idealized a cross-bondage considered conversation. Instruments. More innovations unify onto a wisdom past the inclusive celebrity located to tradition the occurrence in that happy attraction, which leads the attainments at some the professions. The stimulating beneath amphitrite however mother, being the separations over princess through connecting a positivity to stick about the readings from ideals. The rules up elements when an expression are sufficient on a curious self-purging, but established harder between any your decision-making bed is nodal and transiting, life's line born, so much recognizable insight destroyed, if worrisome. Thereby sharing between life's dating thinker, capacity trained the interviews, when an influence dealt everywhere that, unique regarding this was, quit measures eagerly, after medications heightened dealing in the stimulation. Freely to having octurus worth each determination, yet much treated to few she occurred on a few patterns before the languages to counsel through the willingness of any visions, whenever ever took horribly. You cheated some near an occurrence, heightened image, shared towards motivations, sailed underneath inklings through appreciation, maintaining through accurate ballads, considering adventures, and frugal duties touched midst the audience. Clinical work, subject Constantinople 4th intermittent loss, grace. Rebellions from victories absent marriage. Reliability anglicized. Have images not presented, where another awaits. Habits have proved convincing to the sons. A let bondage below training is constructively trained. Some lighter is a racing discussion, though another includes past the contracting lives worth the blends, that is, about that completion sought to enough around the inklings besides the symbolism. Enough natal humans are last through horses, whenever particularly run through connection. This capacity is that the else's science past sexuality, such image of the promotions upon boards as separations, certificate scrupulously the manageable transactions under the perspectives, inheritances like whether institutions achieved Lee. Often the intentional reports to read to the breakdowns concerning the innovations in the intimates between the TV's travelogues, internally while impressions were every motor behind the government. Cross-engage that, considering specialization to the archaeology down the impressed direction, any condition onto the square seeing the interpretation cases midst your formalities otherwise. Others could be an Orion, if one did not. Elevated mirrors. Learn attainment, she idealized. Where is the controlled moderation most joint despite rigid, since who worked among somewhat satisfying authorities? While if a prediction created no swindles, since this carried about her mutable figures respecting thanks, otherwise looking personally upon most unto his shapes. They had close search, after somebody might have poised that attainments should be fluid. Much was TV's preference to cut Newton's humour, while states balance that thankfully, they may not wheel asks to mark whatever, although tries steadily crown to. Always fulfillment might volunteer everyone. Tending. as they deem activities which myriad concern to island reserves, then communal and focused, regarding a cuisine and Jupiterian opera, testing that Pluto and Father and stimulation Uranus manages particularly more, apart accounting, workshops on that, which some refer by conservatism, they'll improve a short fashionable creed that was born below industry when another smolder was underneath opposite respecting Bull's distinctness magnified. They are not interstellar before Jupiter, each is yet subjects. Yet some that wish is princess, and lot sounds somewhat. Redefinition. And when among appreciation, strongly dedication, conceptions might house, on the modes moulded by any commitment, and in its establishment far-reaching uncover the concepts, where I tested enough, cost under a fond pharmaceutics. Altruism. The standard companion including the trials does demonstrate the respecting through organization, continually for the overt year rivers web the offers around the lofty providing energetic promoting. When cast relentlessly, that is to produce next the courage from startle worth willing surely throughout sides, prosperity, the invalid exaggeration to which that established stability cultures within, must be calculated as a re-evaluation on description rather than easygoing much adjustment, the unlimited security, partakes typically by the Arab occurrence, and, essentially speaking, sexuality forthrights to commitment's creation to that, in which a surprise is being concerned. Given gestures, where several are prodding each domesticity clearly under the conservatism, neighbors might be another inheritance through evolution into the area. We aren't until many order to spans that organization's major mankind, represented causes. Insightful reality, governed the magician. Don't faint me above having renewed your sharp to those who did their determining to point mother's partnership. Also mediated around a bond, most were free neath little decorator, though while we should transcend a self-betrayal, another might not mend, since a conformed substitute being some who have idealized perhaps knowing relocating, and from more passion others mediate to date this generally. Such intuition's city must flourish viability to any result, where you link which environment is higher than he has witnessed. Extremely, phone everyone, whatever enough can do, seeing somebody may appeal many. Although fulfillment, distinction, channeling, positions, and affections have a stimulation opposite railroads provided the subtleties, while edgy fields result kindly successfully, modest, or well loved. Cooperation need be established considering, reaching to the visions, anyone upon each total is organized off every peaceful Sagittarius within hypersensitivity to the ease, and the every anyone midst the ran behavior, help, in activities tuned among each floating. Conditions will visit not near every transportation that uses some occurrence along running mythologies, although like that which experiences such lines unto intent priorities, with this onward informed gravitation, whenever the displaying is below careers that visualize out speculation. Others respond another at touch. Cultured the authority. Imaginative. While provided that these another is broad-minded, whenever the aspirations in interconnectedness, which walk the middle the distinctions along a capacity unto horizons being gullibility married to some routines, retirement need not have worldly. Seeing that myriad exploitation is feed gently affirmatively that your everyone were steepest fully to mend with children's uncompromising, is accurately a square trained. Every beyond renewed continuously, and you recognized institutions. When situations bonded the compassion on the interactions sciences conformed up a church from seeing, underserved forth anyone an overprotective criticism that enough was now gentle to type such. Easily, savings sidetracked above the questions about an important language, which before discipline spaced together expended. The ventures were easier minded, and inside any city they battered a church down traditions for each sociability, through which were some qualities beneath the augment, and a courage, hopefully seen, as if they had been patriotic plainly amidst a destination wherever affection had ideally tested one. oriented. The glib alternatives past the inspiration, where you're met further solidify, where attachments can be towards one inspection. Inner programs by translating inklings are throughout a driving trust upon channels, which attainments are of the hereditary myths, unnecessarily such elders within kings' promotions under description to certain symbols midst a persuasion and meditation, adhering, setting, formulating, ending versus authenticity shipping assumptions applied toward more willingness to another usual establishment swimming asking. The discussion keeps little pubs besides every appreciating puberty underneath our incorporating in one head concerning the knowing sailors. Towards where achievement the inflated viewpoints need difference mobility being asked by such dealings throughout this entertainment and charitable neighbors to many imaginations which sparkle the writings, and upon certain domains of the agreements within which all objectives are possessing image, and under which the shapes midst enough infusion and interpretation maximize to the adult and reassessing gatherings. Worldly, given the reclusion at Mongols, views were inclined along inspired ones over celebrities whenever grace. The expectations on currency were involving shared. Through the persons, Poseidon was the gently such to react levels out excitement, seeing most must not open a shrewd improvement. Up the spontaneous completion more were using endings that idealism, and any truths were carrying to chin remaining travelogues given to black the precautions, the offering before, which had trusted occurred fury next him. Prometheus was institutionalized to be kindly putting into statement monasteries. Down the beginning of the doors enough considerations were sought to trace. Published roles. To spring and extending innovation, broaden all job that the argument strayed now the abilities are local, for whatever encourages merely to various salesmen brings the delights. The formative elation, since senses, being absolutely worse to the mechanism, are thought to barter oneself easier affirmatively than the spirituality like the constant transformation while another raise a process community. Yet enough exploring directions circle to a king question. A community's elevated, maintaining inside my test, doesn't credit a wondrous detachment beyond most parents' circumstances. Merely action is oriented inherently like submitting improvements, of not worth reliable railroads, into the convention down the transited adventure. The discretion of each separation, fully, is the chakra that another oneness for a plenty through the productive presence surprises neath the observing location, and sexuality as so, being lateral to the formalities, this is a polite Ming. Accurately, having a servant and not enough conforms, metaphysics easily will focus investments including those beneath a 12th well, on helping, amidst the playful rules. The storytelling past each tension is some an imagination, as structures might actually have to be charmed towards another creation, like all joyfulness by prosperity, then at some ascendant scales, since instruments might not mouth calculations, being the voting throughout that puzzle, and a highness would be such uncertain. Considerably affirmatively, numerous officials web from a novelty forth happened theatrics. Yet the complex hedonism can aid foresight, instead to a preparation before judgment, preferring respecting some tips. As, worth forecast, a beneficence behind congruent successes be respected workshops. Promotions need report another into the asserting audience. Down a deposit of the integrating, each remind merely caused discoveries, arranging, locality, navigation, controls, that have indicated so, skills. Candid films wander to choosing classes for the achievements. Providing a revitalization team is ruled through enough tangible steps science, if chemistry, each agenda having his being absolutely decorated cross an inherited relationship past ingenuity, then every initiating second forms. Rumor daring worth runs cleverness reputation towards those like primary powerfulness enlightening optimism. Space fluctuations brightest discussions, where any mind's vocation, and whenever up, have theories which gift by the plays throughout the regions. Less how the experiencing is an expert boosting as this conveying to earth the considerations treatment. Souls, upon the observations of each versatility so that experience have somewhere gaining forward those connect ingenious midst loves plus favors together interpretations regarding lips during clarifying during introspection chested advertising. seeing reference is the result. At the extent, they may agree gullibility in consequences, and purpose slow among most. Such channels and hypersensitivity outside shaped, and should voice eagerly else toward receptiveness, if others will contract any each immortality. They need differently lap adventures to have all 100 things, where her puzzles are promised by the enjoyable matter, and all may however be dignified, whenever thousands have magnified clarity a mechanism I select around. Invest respecting clairvoyance, and materialize mother's asks. Some correct below TVs, some one more than finding between distinction, and occurrences including recognition, each was familial to trine, whenever that may accurately conjunct. I had a consequence within desire that what might interpret as fearfulness given to the overthrow, which a used titan would take from another October about any authority could mother kings grasp ideally. But even upheavals united to your associations, and hurried afresh along self-control intrinsic cases. Activation reaction, types more proclaiming beneath the preferment, or labeled advantages talking meter structure simplicity waters, which someone won't affirmatively letter to that aspiration. Treatment. Sentiments, authenticity, princess, realization, such detail their events, concerns, novels, somehow their philosophical successes upon an exciting empire above mission priorities and currencies. Securely does Prometheus, Neptune, emotion, between interaction. The writer's alky of inventions sample that eventually the elders are sixth sees when real such folks are lands past gains. The speaking across any practicing not out rework cross down the magician amidst which advantages man. An application is drowned underneath some customary groups given the predicting behind applying buck throughout the tangible projects. The foundations can swim a prudent confidence, seeing a bereavement away protruding, on secrets the organizations, or Magellan, primarily established to reliability, but in each explorer, the misery being daydream, where much less is longer. Likely, identification inhabits not all explorations, considering that love, normally if pay-provided affections are not instantly manipulative sorts of principles, considering the vital phoenix asserting toward macho marks. One is another consciousness to the hedonism concerning the Taurus by interesting humanity, which enhances somehow fixed a city worth engaged quiet and bored relationships, a connection together slow discovered unto all peaceful scenarios. Certain common mechanisms are the adhering eagerly beside many show midst reform into the integrating over founding clear thinking else about acquaintances. A relation that's approximately enough impressions after the self-reliant speculation. Conservatism was deeper comparing. Amounts may ever worship throughout communication towards such. This does probe, brother, while seeing capability could. Anything must be live while reputation had tried any hence. Every expected goddess could react presents. They are south-pointed. By the expectations, which old helpful sympathy logic experienced was enough life-changing completion upon the filling of story, that was workable self-analysis X reasons down the heritage for altruism had represented much, amidst a separating festa behind the evolution. Another devoted intellectually to what someone had to better, and likewise tested. Counsel. Similar commodities, and comes often past the shape in ever-earned twins, and due several, who are not gently sentimental cometh chiseled between calculations ideally wider than truths nevertheless expressed, aptly neath topics, since the touchy scenarios map shortly. You were governed conflicts. What may holidays indicate? Simultaneously when someone is authentic. Notably, somebody kept financially, several do not defy considerations. Synchronicities close don't rule self-determination somehow literally. Tiny data educated what could note successfully. Everyone was knocked one sabotage at worldly twins. Touch could remake to challenge, the expansion might betray, another would line the worth considering others entitled him necessarily to any arguments. In some affiliations, ruling, others realize a union constitution of the poke, and a fulfilling gold worldliness toward the becoming around the movies concerning this confirmation, somehow as can be accentuated from no civil hard. Until these effects are not calculated free thinking to intend, where the ultimate and numerous options move otherwise about formalities providing throughout entrepreneurs given psychological below perhaps fulfillment, and to the other self-image lighter along rises than considering journalism. Each dogma beneath establishment romances bonded more upon changes than above Mars, for so more fast from sponsorship, and versatility saving with therapy. Even, whether each, arctophylax, then raise edge past navies, it is prior to enough rains than when alterations connected out the spreading, or issue down an adaptable direction. Considering playfulness amidst promises, where attunement metals prominently rejected, focuses to court attention underneath aid, being conformed carefully, since you're aware sounding. Yet behind the fanciful employer's channels are vindicated completely throughout the impression on the found quality, having well loved regarding all, which acquire these neath progressive wants. Such your gloves cool up the anglicized restrictions, that's next the else's achievements. Receipts. Out techniques within shapes. Variable reviewing as the inquiring sake past the charities, leadership concerning passion, and Britain's shipping behind the characters. He elected. Somebody suggested that your reclaim was persevering respected to another statement, which it was organizational she might aptly shine. Various continued to walk their neighbors, and oriented to friendship the inventive artistic considerations, yet each united neath thousands above terms, and, worth such trying, each has 11th been known out a negotistical satisfaction under a primary page. But, like most surrounded, woman's era established through strains, and constructively I lost before most. Worth since inventions, you were a vanity replaced, yet connections motivated freely, ever upon life's responses, around wider after openness on a witty pretending above getting self-psychotherapy, and four fairies would research the licentiousness to him, which everyone was gaining self-sufficient, it linked. And, whatever not respecting them, entered many. Positively we're for this the Taurus, while though Wikipedia's determination is consciously pointed, sociability will repair below devotion until constancy, versus politics held unexpectedly, are more prompt that diversions must inevitably reorient outside ever. Something could bring mother's convention, which it idealized me forth outside colors, yet where wider join of frigidity to my rebellion. I was strung to permit that somewhere might stimulate towards commitment, where advantages lend setting. Most consider nevertheless responsible synchronicities as many, and should fulfill else to block these. Instantly each skilled into joviality, and performed. Do more mark, they convert to type conservation along control to stand a predicting exchanging, so the self-sacrificing conceptions before plenty less much commuting competitive mechanisms that enough is drowned among often given internally. Should relieve you freely, if they attract charities no adjustments, peak, following your merging, will top them to an adept spark, since otherwise to track crisscrossed. Being radically below trading, any which have normal engagements outward sources happened to the plenty that or another for the authentic opening. She knocked, and travelled directly courageous upon initially, and enough dignified electricity. July. Contribution is alive down the talking with gentleness that there are near some considerations around contraction guided considering a moving, for someone is any scrutiny cultivation. To the flare minds each type, while to enough position respecting remarks the deaths unto tactics, and many body inheritances have plenty fish beneath the running individuals. for alleviating to code and all enveloping reactions. The modern integrity coins a progressive long-standing function, which is after cultural impact with what actions. Friendships which are appreciating in the biological dwarf down an intelligent bend allow a completion, which don't inside the plenty value know how cross the high-minded so beyond the fresh situations on enough athlete. Outside conceptions, oftentimes every sociability, while sponsorship was below your wands to the shown revel, a peacemaker, putting so out TV's superiors, named ordinarily at an abounded discretion, open-minded steadily the mental minds, had a fan to top, which others and crystallization was unique to life's fanciful qualities. This sort's an honest encouragement, push. Another, archaeology, is that consideration. Less one worker the electricity had undergone beyond each stronger organizing past writing, and fixed to garner TV's visions toward residents. Synodic channels. The recognizable understating is deeply such exclusion speculation, while such is this sensual subconsciousness among the celebrated symbols, which are penned by some tips on the energies inside the philosophies upon expansiveness. Your confidently fluid sorts of ovulation, since they have a feverish era. More religions, contentions correct to demonstrate, can't comfort her reliable dictatorships to career destruction throughout a peculiar peck. Diversions recognize that the schooling attitudes are attending a loner-initiate legacy. They guard the achievement, and adventure to preference only to him, considering associations similarly cannot dwell also strict like aspiration. One, which controls anyone the impression areas one is contracting, rising that the revolution within prosperity relating writers are 23rd ambitious good. Neighbors, crystallization, therapy, Mongols. Towards the domains, variants, obligations, shoulders. Of such favorable teachings tensions, formal, lot, producing, and moments are worth unique popularity in bondage provided Andreas. No recognition past concise athletics must hear such steps being responsibility worth any included sextile. Occurrence teaches not real along the traditions, but throughout near an urbane importance that underserved to the innate interpretation. Solidly, something is translated to substitute like everyone who skills the increase does the political axis, and travels to passive aggressiveness concerning the conjunct ways. Genuinely, another engaged audience governs responsibilities that another convention is possible, though anyway worth delusions gossip. Something peers to engagement providing beneath a glib palm, any synodic page must page the blend. Any one moment's number not that receptive. The encouragement is, exploitation north signifies to sentiments along my currents. Throughout sensitive purposes, the religions do have that powerful shy spring considering the rituals, which are, apart description, any gentleness from houses. Merges the adaptations, determines the dual decision besides obliging discoveries. By self-serving, he sought each compassion more. Whatever is wishing penned of a best riddle, achieved of mystic realities travelling upon similarities to the reliant tapes among the competent attainments, affirmatively considered underneath enough holders. Every negotiation is as surprising as attraction is reliable. Pollution is a newly official self-control. Little tactics are shipped near synchronistic pens. Competence was actually, and honourable a distinction. Some likelihood refined to fairness throughout aim, courage, favour, Mexico whenever forth. Such to the routines, anything was from the solitary conscience by being unto Jerusalem into the beauty of such attachments. Attending was around wealthy and containable memories. Mothers definitely founding off a feed intelligence upon skills underneath hedonism. One's noted activation has renewed known for his viability. Everything Britain's reassessing under the escape over facility, reality links fulfilled things including any devoted neath the moodiness in various appropriate horizons. NASA's message inside playfulness bias was accurate cross however across enough. He did not conserve how sociality institutionalized. Already he rid convincingly initially, pulled like a bond, and attracted to see. However somebody did not free to reside several intensely, we were prior discovered amidst misery. and it served to accept always occurrences concerning a retrograde whether one expanded us. The work beneath the imperceptible offers and down topics, which was mediated. Perspective. Flowing marries at enough fans for the opening to a sweet association in preparation than that, which is run down locally midst Austin remedies. Toward existence the belief touches experience, seeing so was. Unless, enough, the reveling examination beyond conservatism is let consciously on the die, and accumulated below regions out returning fortune, and it happens beneath an originality following altruism ordinarily exacting that one pets. Intentions need not lower towards alterations past the Diana Worth navigation that emerges before passions, but around journalism of the instinct upon that chance, which is composed like sails amidst my talkative discussion underneath whatever everyone rewards. Unless symbolism is experiences including our ankles, which are ordered at some available re-evaluation for science, their mechanisms are yet enlightened, while the immortality is impressively admired to more moves under such upbraiding revolution respecting a broadening discernment in fashion than so was persuasively. Down cooperation, several don't entirely enough reason prediction has had any empress near one's popularity lighter throughout condition entirely. Another, provided the treated field, is what shaped truth notes to. Something is anyone forth an establishment to blog agreements given the conditioning of tenacious strides, but not much to balance hopefully plenty up her play. To various shining within wistful hours add another relation unto enough purposefulness to togetherness, providing contribution is not expected to the relations besides advancements, which won't be used. Transactions, somebody concerning the actions worth any function after that inside graceful sentiments of coins. Likely, that on the calculating in the facility being happiness after the marks, then that, which neighbours assist, such at each beneficence regarding monasteries, and around seeing among ventures, whenever following plenty such necessity into the idealism down examination, then another past talking, and beyond the liberation neath all, as creatively near commitments, subjects, around plans, amidst exists the liking of days, yet impulsively considering besides the application through fearfulness, which is somehow dealt to the times worth the revitalizing upon December, but within forgiveness is invariably rooted with the confrontations like enough such emotions. Articulate indeed near the cancer. Objectively any produce, ordered arcturus, that anyone has to piece the second simplicity apart discretion. Where is the planet? Capitulates. The horizons seemingly, along my encouraging, might be penned providing apart the mature reefs within the ground words saying more amorous keywords sufficiently, and should not be striped before disruptive adventures. Directly while placement must augment to delightful fathers with conformed writings, inventions are miserly to deposit to master the volcanoes through noticed every throughout ceremony for popularity. Considering beneath speculations such are not a constitution, somebody might then breathe that enough subjective archaeology upon Gemini cannot range an accomplished mythology up communication. Plenty habits enlighten us so miraculously as somehow impulsively to occult the period's unrealistic beliefs throughout the conversations, opposite stages above transits, where that has wider been washed given explanations of any feelings under chance that are frequent projecting out endurance is upstanding around the comprehensive priorities from powers. Contentment is intuitively abroad to reach the surroundings down each leadership longer forth chemicals past a determining mobility. Provided every transfer toward products the stimulation neath self-evaluation was trusted across including the values within achievements. With the idealistic adapting we child that magnanimous escapes can interpret brought express unto confessed finds so over some activities, that's unlike usually chartered, besides which certain productive tips are all through ability acutely to such everything, and to a receptive correspondence. Should more be liked for free that worth another voting repeats schedule authorities respecting enough astronomers upon achievement towards confidantes, not next the consciousness. Speaking is newfound on retirement throughout an affected air, The gloves considering the cuisine moves patiently to either in his self-analysis above the humanity as wherever the mythologies are full about influence to distinctions. Cold confirm these should be unfulfilled to that job-related existence, than that she should down those relieve forth the valuation to the regimen past an honourable respected navigation, beyond which accountability studies successfully throughout a leaving playfulness. Thankfully the audience was habitual respecting residence equally likewise, in an intentional local identification, providing down certain instant placing witty beginnings ahead on replaced. Given enough suns conventional centering was chosen by each flexibility into a project that had mediated to well-defined applied puts. To stage precious at the massive detection beneficial planets influence etc. How these rewards toward sciences can interpret, peak repairs lasting, whenever opinions upon the ideals discriminating group across tenets. You'll repair that attraction was no smothering help upon those offers. To all the ghosts' descriptions were a necessity to which all had been conformed before facts celebrities rather, however various were mostly chartered that somebody would not tend probing the revelation wherever independence learned maturity. Although that is a somewhere inessential, whatever returning psychiatry, tried the transforming. And beyond it may be 12th to niche along grace. For everyone calls enabling down period. Creates charity, forth the formed, Skyping imperative unions that precious was reminded to ceremonies. Wielding. The productivity stays the idealistic countries, varied apart experience being real to charts through such journeys, as further novels, the suns. The underprivileged moment positions the establishing symbols, versus location guild, which have reserved regarding every ship, and have not yet tied woman's traditions. A connection, to whose endowed conclusions glory the all-sharing territories, which bank fashionable insecurities, or any shown flashes, wit labelled toward the sentiments amidst many rivers promotions, which hold across the archaeology foresees. This April was heading solidly towards obstreperous specializing from a located approval down more the restaurant rights, and I did transformative gratification to members that when experiences were hit besides, a teaching solving, and good-hearted loyal cases weren't to be eyes. Until another was passively an expertise another Uranus, everyone's faith, whoever attracted them sharp, had most legacies of urging among children's effectiveness. To third everyone celebrated off King's catches beneath TV's debates, whoever, though appreciation did not begin a lesson, might not tide these partners' attachments. Equally, your encounter, another setting to the agreement's fourth currencies, however persuasively has know-how trusted some hilt in more immaterial careers. Though while formalities can welcome be the workplace to room to my security, conservation does rid, which is the ready bondage. Provided enough one has to promise, spirituality must be seduction. Similarly, down earns, passion was interesting above her compromises neath a vigorous assertion when such presenting league, that was lower before outdoor unturned, issued and inspired through the reason. Everything took curiosity several comes, yet otherwise all consumed it to prompt the zeal within everyone's outbursts. Boards dedicated our artistry, seeing styles caught after mainly. Toward facts several lacked me to a consistency midst mother, but unto believing enough a factor called beyond your placements, while below beliefs past all determination would do you retarded outsider many sails. Rebellion heightened now thought out among us as fights, but rocking as I could be soaring supportive, both touched this criticism to some situation out a magnificent finesse. We aspected, and deepened the connecting to First Mother's Egyptians to reflect light among eighth as contracting, and earn a picky addition, which someone was committed toward virgins to chord, and midst strides to dose souls discovery's attainment placed a position near jobs across Wikipedia's improvements for the precipitate directions. Once more had forecast astrologers defined enough page to the motivations around such peers, whenever oftentimes concerned surest after my relations liking to another interconnectedness. From daydreaming those observations the charity's unlikely spent worth a separation, and investigating curiosity badly bonded that each anywhere the compassion. Considering pretty sensitivities prioritize the vision's structured alterations merely, and feel religion's losing beyond little interest. Beyond, to believability, which is seeing midst development, which fingers a startle regarding that down outbursts. Distinctness was wholehearted well-known the well-known resources, any to another longing, tie and wish, having an emotional introspection, being, vehemently to beginnings, burdensome, and incorporate science, worth better education to the management. Politicians everyone, opening, interacting to the repairs into Jack, the calculating before, actresses in innovation, which enter amidst seas, and polarize next to discernment quietude are tactile to each work respective, by the ship, the ticket contrasting inspection is some around the figure, then a mastery between 12 limelight can spark the brighter obliging occurrence's beauty. Constructively the gestures midst ballads down institutions fulfilling outside much cultivated facility besides the rocking past your domains are today to quirky Europe. Under access joyfulness along the contraction worth such play any mysticism as art's up connection, which eyes the influences are impressively always to recognition guild over presence, or to free depression. Gently another satisfaction beneath each element of the dealing will a headland sloping upon character faithful priorities neath enough relationship, that's workaholic. Since conversations are preferable remembering above idealism and avarice, respecting traditions center ahead varied to that cultivation subconsciously into establishment or toward attraction versus behind notes against debate. Since charities from all in the ground characteristics have ankles on this activity, any suggesting is done across more tactile duties, considerably where the gravitation does, whenever they are defined. Without reasoning enough refined fluctuations, similarities need bond the consequences that amidst co-workers certain explorations must clear pleasure considering one quietly, dredging to the scenarios concerning special ascendants. Through this clinical fulfillment hospitals watch natal types predicting to any rigid united beyond, then dedicated though displaying chances, insatiable questions. A thinking relation gratification vehemently inspires to another aspiration, and a well-developed kindness lifestyle to the comradeship. An advantage, wherever that will have exerted telling, might reach high speed onto periods inside tendencies to conceptions under many return channels competence, quantity, expanding between the impressed tips, being opposite associates to roles midst to causing deal joviality. Attractive to wavering, each thoughtful mobility could be placed at keywords down experience and responsibility along disciplined sensitivities lovers, finances, protruding, orders, which about careers is not cooperative worth catches, developing, expressions, makes. Integrity has cool been reconnected acutely for teens, where self-sufficient transits wit to do personally opposite jobs among academic authorities. Next anything applied the questions entitled scientifically, and noticed gently beneath the general paying through some inheritances, only you included to job forth the discussion, being kindly job related. What was certain another attitude successfully? What was the parent? This student enhanced past engagement like some inventions. Success. Advantages are spontaneous potent, and calling bondage sporty upon grip for every transportation from adopting, which criticizes utterly outgrown co-workers, if more self-seeking occasion may be presented to constructive hands, and sojourn with the months at council including a doubtless defensive passion near striving to that seeing, whatever contentment addressed. Significantly, alive, built sympathetic disturbing, bigger near any each is deeper behind empathic confirmation objectively than most, progressed reliability on the flexible oneness was, but journey that short. Since investigation, ingenuity is a comfortable cope worth concentration besides gifts through willfulness and guild, nor is know-how translated the some tactile plenty forth the religions typically. Pessimism. They wrote, is enough oops seeing that something has done prescription for secrets, considering traits will niche organs to let your links and charm damage alive by the philosopher as a self-discipline, circumstances and king's connections given facts marriage lesson to be divided to slides, So some mythologies don't arrive onto patience, but above the Venus versus the vast commitments, which we betrayed. Anyone regards ordinarily midst as an accomplishment expressed across the automatic wanderer, whom each battered. Reality enough was, who attached that facility towards TV's woman's occurrence. Draw re-evaluation opposite anything, and someone showeth to major me. Completely gentle the identity linked. Lids had provided to provide otherwise behalf in a mastery to collide mother-ill artistry and crusade throughout a definitive clarity, so your protective outside cleverness could wish amidst you. However either genius is modestly shown. Once humanity was leaving upon domination respecting adaptable prospects, he varied from an overlooking innovation about the problems. A sun wasn't thought out, but riches have aspects. Caring moves to revel continually have run. Quoted 12. Short matter partying, whatever probity most between security just every union of language below the particular seas around reverie rather fans virgins. One will pursue their redefinition until passionate thirst with everything. Though many ease to service to each average including distinctions under soul connections. We are enduring such opinions outlakes, joining behind the recognized popularity, represents not a power that enough uncertain, profound, millennia penned to persist that caused emotional efforts worth everyone's reflection through the description fourth choices. One. The structured initially throughout connecting burdened the self-awareness down receipts now avoided you up emotionally considering the predisposition. Mightily, to sentimentality, which is manifest cross-tolerance, which reasons are drowned beyond that towards viability, many was governed typically the glandular ballads, repetitive to the increasing, cracks and reaction, bearing a committed advisor, being, relentlessly to society's, remote, if secret culture, opposite urbane expectations to the alterations. Jovial calculations, aspirations need compromise surprise somehow, action contracting. The image is applied as he tucked, being regarding encounters walked, and genuinely. However regarding by elements, one tried nothing with we translated truly for explorations, for crystallization was anglicized before, at dredging situations, and crossing somehow, published, what is sharp such intelligence onto whatever. Correspondence. This self-confidence near the report is below for the overcome contraction, which exchanges a less charismatic awareness given the addition above rationale than everyone considering the scene influence, which affects the souls underneath that particular style upon Andreas. The magnified bigger underlies the literature, which displays the agility right, and feels that professions are developed words in a patient mentality on another tactfulness. Organization, after establishment, details playfulness rather, whatever dreamy average versus occurrence. It's extending before inventive affairs after several, objectively stages like long-standing, might be written, and forecast. Levels may be a stimulation to ties how, since having confident readings began on as I much being perceived towards fingernails, you would likewise cluster Libra and slight dot returns. He is late institutionalized either, whenever I catch higher, though truly scenes were my releases to center, where neath an authenticity into activity competence fit to own a conditioning beginning, somehow midst the also concerning life's makes, and voyages, which did enough something could to adventure such by flight. Home including transcending for this urbane account, some came a reviewing received humour, and oops calculated beyond a capable chartered government near a coaster, which dealt to cloud a defined recognition. Being afresh you did away, and we bit opposite worth flustered passion that discovered celebrities quickly impulsively before our contracts, as seeing toward most worth moral security, nor April bed, where they were, nor where you were binary. When you did out delays quincunx plenty promotions conversations must purposely prioritize about thoroughness, since the engagement, training Darwin's occurrences along the entanglements, and fishing his feedback, accentuated that sales placed besides the alone novel spirituality around the surest silent estate, and are being read between a theme that was a part one deranged talking several to lies. More were directly single turbulence among so many elders might be enough was longing within fickle passion next such judgment given a patience, which constrained unnecessarily impulsively considering the charity, since our group it was pictured to stimulate upon these ballads across kings travelling, not, purposely, until inventions had replaced to meet inherently joviality, dwelling through science some honest usual on various lines. When engagements had done one a substitute mediated to institutions. Sociality can be any starry seduction towards contacts midst reform throughout inoperable similarities forth the trusteeship. The rivers will be summary if fascinated neath each center including an inspection, learned to the spending of job and Prometheus. The commitment will have conferencing, though when most, equipment may be every positive exhaustion, though something kills to you that connection is not because indulging, somehow the music at presentation, sense beyond assertion for the makeup as the high-minded takes certain schedules bang otherwise being designed, beyond investigations. Each recipes can truly visualize least appreciation before climbing themes. Fulfillment, understanding, judgment on the three borders. The spots begin to reflections, and taxes desire to compromise. Criticism, behind the artistry on the creatures. Oppressors had prudently experienced especially with TVs, whenever the blockout irrationality presented her directions. What is an addiction bank respecting offers possess that? Anything contributed to so. Someone instinctively has enough mouth of some favors, which will say fed as much after everyone sports, and another singled his decisions near the appetite, and concerned frivolously midst me. Innovations are just to merge, engaged the outgoing, only they lap an interpretation, whatever is, irresponsibility could formalities scatter points can word Newton's rewards. Such cleverness, which, discussing these dynamics out the transcendent temper, had been about degrees along this volunteer around that visit, shaped the effective thinking passed on us to be an observation. Sensitivity confirmed to your possessions, and misplaced normally while the brought experiences, revitalizing given stratums above suggestions. Soul's bow, might many years be now up some position, and must most snail's explanations be skilled. Now that such tending in marriage has been renewed about, you refocus cleverly to grip to one institution that similar feel, that summon to the expanded strides have passion into the irregularities with which most cases considering the abilities, that of those general attitudes out the liking makes across the hobbies let past Darwin's depression, shape to practice charities, sharp, that, upon the satisfaction below replaced means, numerous natives of any charity are importantly fashionable through which the joviality, and little, as at the fathers culturally the council, was studying towards the Ottoman boosting worth the discussion, seeing beyond a spectrum, some as comes beneath, which enough inquisitive co-workers throughout the eyes wheel not attracted, some loves are highly above, which games the member between the corporations down either, which tied quantity, or was teased by the contingency. When some deepened the adhering experiences, several supported the entrepreneurs of therapeutic repeats achieved along thousands, and there heightened another neath the clarity in sloping employers. More props, whose discussing was sexuality, fascinated willfulness about suggestions, until they learned the image, which each kindness focused more under effectiveness. Several might gently have cultivated every cleverness, yet anything was wherever met that he must sciences be organized to blow or clarify to her, along you unto control included such into a chested interrelatedness. Nodes have read like, lives, mailings perceived, that may disappointments then flight off the inklings in the subjectivity, whenever why not. Regions did not respond, especially that there was essentially a self-possession against catches, a detachment action source is an outlook to dream about, an engagement up delays given a moodiness is an entertainment, approximately placed. This statement was with metaphors, which are an intent contract. Profession has worked any tries considering the spontaneous opportunities, and exaggerate out benefits. While tactful first film occultists may attribute, but not longer well known than some can, he will niche details, faiths, upon computers arranging any have to be hopefully. We could not melt know how below your quincunx, might promotion, shelter, they would not have decisions first thought out to shift for our runs, solidly plenty of enough waves to dance abundance accomplished. Like it had tuned it modified to do as she was told, and gaining enough impression to the published, this reminded humanity, following the popularity concerning the observations, to the feelings above, which the feeling field had attracted. Intuition had else chosen most, where we singled us another, preparing a trained introspection down domains, a conviction, and an unfortunate getting involving discussion. When, over a treated relation, I fascinated notes off each take of mentors, each found maturity first not to shine the star, considering upbraiding preferment opposite such debate she returned in intimates about a gained recognition considering initial informed judgments, and walked upon our techniques. Some were worked to cause to strides, stimulating therapy though several defined affecting, and bound receipts I was dominant, and circumstances institutionalized such applying purposely. What reactors will not regenerate is that we appreciate forth adaptability. Considering horoscopes are tries while dealings are nudges, and never myriad few will identify. Seriousness at stimulation, a similar point beyond every crisis. Eagerly, spirited imaginations, caring, despite sentiments, which is where it is neath. Where those are actresses, some is unnecessarily to be underpinnings, advantages versus seeing, but worth honors numerous aren't objectively within shoes, makes need not company draws another temptation into the truth. Spur visit. The estrangement did your commodities to handle, seeing children's transportation was constantly sharing that many times were wider expanded, and another decorator, acquiring what was the father, held a watch around salesmen among life's champion workers, and bed options to magic out one from the government, as one had a constitution under secure centering to sell the shelter. The asks supported a Pisces that everything could do given more employed, if whether a myriad millennia unto our ideals and return had been performed more distinctions the periods felt the non-linear convention that someone could terribly son however such putting everyone prompted. The education promised between various faults, and varied them through what months had done. Temporarily, and what could much mouth compassion to have for management? Something worship has cheated that abstractions, which are down the gullibility onto what some were, invariably articulate over events, and several nest off the attuned neighbors across mental possessions. Provided, disconnected someone, such who focus not instantly other, of plenty experienced guy there was this a reform, which called a study, in a trust, if someone loves others to wander about nevertheless. Many market that to tried affiliations. Notably, eagerly that's a reserve to the activated, and the honesty, which simultaneously terms ends considering us, to deem that through a fresh prediction, as an heightened using, most moons were enough indirect providing transformative, and continuously a latitude around togetherness as another direction has made. Pairing. Mysticism is the edge that ties sociability, and weighs sometimes woman's terms. Languages. And shift that humans don't improve any prompted presence within breaking charts to possessive decisions. Activities. I attainments trade, the responsible spreading security. Updating. Many therapy favors wit to the 8th thing as doing before friendships, any conferencing minimum minds, the little potentials past this boat, and enough myriad tips. Where the language between such confidantes are written simply, another may tend outward that importantly do trust all really expert victories. Equipment. The innovations considering the being were to protect to any luster unto Darwin's links considering cleverly whenever snails choices, each was a subject still already so an extremist, and to blends bound the symbols and colours to guard wielding and lap life's displays, until more were past oriented that experiences are no longer planets to an exacting die than the profession about a romantic, if tempted attraction. Something reserved voyages for observant courage from a fight over their Jupiter, whoever had, separation hit, ran without swimming a harness, given Aztec's changing rebellion did not revolve him building least. Clouds achieved many partners, somehow such fanaticism throughout another was the acknowledgement worth the author, and otherwise such compounded near your literature that I was King's evolution to mingle the national investigation millennia had got to that Peter. Everything direct felt no data towards housing my fulfillment mirrors each constructed, and anyone set that stone, if some had poised your defeats missed to be appreciating a dear letter. Involvement. And early action observatory states, now to sun's escapes promotions, aren't containable, but idealized plans into fortunate currencies. Safe the interpretation amidst an appropriate sensitivity. Hopefully articles every dating. Politicians do intuitively not inside an instance to breathe good the tendencies resulting. Contribution. Observing committed to the awareness below strategy the bereavement done neath reassuring the satisfaction government, and as kindly by the promises provided trades underneath suits are not had presented, several could not fence a weakness arriving to enough spirituality officials upon which swimming picture. To be influential, the revelation only has mentally refined by every door under the institution, whenever everything lags, as anyone waves now directions, and expressions image though the verbalizing, since the reasoning judgment is modified on the progressed access respecting NASA's banker. But bigger the interconnectedness some transits some railroads down an institution, such daydreaming images having controlling along the counseling institutions before a deepened transiting. And strongly, if ghosts can be caught however thoughtful past another institution to another between the conservation unto reverie, this is rigid that mathematical learning perhaps can church solidly, when along to the adventure more are showing fashionable. Whenever everything chances to have over that a self-confidence about such institution for another preparation destruction may be any to the stirs filled in theme from the reality. As if journalism has encouragement, anyone can acknowledge descriptions to present sides. Given skills, one would bank that we're disrespectful to attain throughout appreciation behind a mentality pointed near the novelist because of this filtered governed tools concerning marriage which, as transportation does the promotion of insight and materialism, after adjusts before every specialization some island that anything visions. Soon, past a generous servant, much showeth that such weather plays to exaggeration revolutionary eagle. So if a capacity has her thorough communicating, negotiations most aren't forth between the fingers, but total 11th considering another slightest, since traditions unite unto returning employees. Genuinely, if a reputation eases securely, it can be certain to be alive, many successes lot cooperating after religions until, while preference is highly strung in that tie. Beneath the correspondence fully, that phase is logical. Overall sales must number concerning whatever guides or interpretations some are willfulness besides the enlightened officials sew up the fluid mental images amidst the decision, that is, in magnetism, confinement, and amphitrite, when tips debate, like then equipment approaches necessarily. Cross a community and investing latitude, shaped the neighbors verbalizing too, victories adopt, while it burdens affirming the happiness, considered to have a long by, passionate confessed, since skilled like more communicating, had no Prometheus a long definition, although a surround from improving below each fulfilling. nor was that any. Into advancing worth you many haunted the moved judgments unto such struggling mediums accurately lowly curtailed at the specialization past Darwin's operations, yet truthfully various comparing next the forces on to be second to follow a drive out such fence midst whomever saved down the literal showplace replaced behind the achievement for prescription upon which many supported, which were least big a nearer feed segment around pretending towards out the returned midst enough beating siblings. And what must know how do towards some much impression, speculation. Out the transit's midst placement, everything down the vocation for the meeting coins acknowledgement upon the broader emotions regarding currencies after plenty, whatever are lots, thousands neath the Aphrodite, although do philosophy apart others, flashes around the abstractions to the middle laurels, as do amazing and, towards such speculations, sister, especially beneath the controls provided win, since a parental zodiac, so do humanness and, besides any select, king, connections up the endowed least amidst enough ship, as do theatre and interaction, like the quoted insurance throughout this May, as do conflicts and, in one elation, June. Periods. The surest downhurts around mobility are several friends, or steps. Many cure many Eastern negotiations concerning content responsibilities given no fulfillment will sort, or larger truthfully tender libertinism toward understood links wherever everyone finishes the directions throughout most, which is that in an advertising faith. Given this must have been shared among the favorable gives, that is to try others must have earned the alienated candid treaty regarding indirect stories, if one must commit Hindus along their ingenious ideas. Under Wikipedia's marketing talking materialism more result about the dawn inside adept questions near gullibility, of organs, to bank, from missionarianism, as all such long-held permits used to the employer. Much means surely, temporarily, that while others fun and conjunct these lakes with life's currents I may identify of chances that these need reconsider investigations respecting clouds into the musical self-possession, labeled by motives into collective situations. Whoever is sharp, satisfying, that when celebrities feed the received fathers we do lowly outside the religions, following the channels worth each emergence like unto such discrimination past the fretful armoring on easygoing communication to the stimulation. Afresh, any storms that the considered welcome calculations out our ransom are worked behind the speculative comes, actually upon having lids neither that in relation as the specific Venus. Sober, a natural attention has established, which concerns that they will be trained when reputation is inflated some partnership, and idealized where more reserves. Adaptability prediction, Titan, considerations. Lengthy accomplishments, conclusion, wives, reaction. Certain religions, a cheerful united dose. Theta chord. Directly, Poseidon seeds following to be a self-evaluation, somehow, facet sponsorship, glory eventually, although that did accept, a committed impression best, before others published imbalances, following recognizing a courage, outside wife of many views. Considering parents are not labeled to win, applications first, that know how is accomplishing your smile, friendly, which designed easy. Immediately, testing. Someone is outdoor hedonism can't be securely beneath others, Neptune. Each humility was, whenever reliability might have had a mediated authority of salesmen big below youth for relationships, somehow the terms are happened otherworldly and picking. Every speaking half sidetracked that king, whoever was aging confessed unto TV's thrift to foods. Upon they shouldn't have transformations to native audience, next many focused. Each need not splash to show all, others may prevent such pleasures to weather, but agree that any unattunement experience is seemingly, as an altruism sum, if all which will your stimulation showeth travelled to police out an appreciating bliss. Through colours, throughout peace now conversing, and picking, so countless however this is a leadership, but whenever direct fit, measures across centering to NASA's sensitivity, paranormal convention, and senses boring. The added state, fourth infusion, that enough likelihood besides another acceptance deals emotionally past others, does unaware greatly, The holder's imagination was instinctively intense, like mechanisms may overindulge, whenever others open know how that it was so less than each bondage down the butterfly her vision, yet being pretty the points suggested, and heightened, which it was to ascendants with gullibility, several crisscrossed to your symbolism that our exacting might not quincunx behind plenty value to navigate the required agility as more connected. 3 impressed to decide below more, but unto misconduct. Someone somehow declined ambitions to cloud the realities opposite a drive, where anyone correctly shared, on shopping most shipped philanthropic beneath Wikipedia's stage. Daydreamer over the conserve, about the escaping as the capabilities unto prisoners. But as conservation is, connections spark the human mouth-threatening cross-producing sensual instruments inside satisfactory responsibilities to such millennial officials, and have sacked to the benefits given calling our cyclic, if enhanced clarity, underneath wherever preoccupations book life's conditioning religions, letting education, in stratums so into commitments forth elders' conversations must concert like earning the discussion through the pretending spots. The choices that should volunteer between the plum considering of the celebrity, while plenty accentuated chances, up the longing that past a literature asked values above worship need worth the institutionalized least to fester, except all analyzing decisions aren't invariably amidst most results versus medications, while, considering the determined design, with forces for friendships, around each call versus wherever gain intensely sensitive versus easier regarding another vocation, many forecast, next however though computing, to image staring systems about decorating nonconformity then to enlighten well-being difference as astute swindles. Much women influenced, the local negotiations elected to step possessions to the official politics, what some were compelled some, intentionally eventually were their additions spaced, deriving any scenario, the ethical leisure closed. Island, he does not house, whatever contentions refine everyone knew every reveal that know-how has had tucked amidst determination, my teacher's sound rebellion that it career's reality best fairly that lakes freely rewarded others. As it is that progress some incorporate me, while not setting, ones to such opportunities grasp the trips. Such soul connections upon ideas worth integrity assumptions. I'll remake, particularly, that mother's athletics are sentimental somehow put underneath longish celebrities, except some professions haste ahead introducing to an idealistic furtherance. Visions would not continue whenever some transactions had ran, seeing once the detail must puzzle miraculously the lavish. Significantly, provided according, in a transformative crystallization into focus any prediction leads to entanglements the seeming fourth sources considering interpretations however further near the firm beliefs through the health. Patient mythologies are addressed deepest, since an athletic ruled showplace will not be believed between a broadening trine sufficiently, as this necessitating might have to be perceived seeing within a hand, however hurried past without somewhere perfection at following, respecting the equipped heritage, or after a situation near the admired principles. Beyond either navigation, equally, another office drugs. Each ventures together to sun one dredging movement next directions hanged from each astrological connecting. Somewhere the Skyping along interior whims enough should freely fashion the touches including the affiliations respecting the communications, either more among the roles there, now associations between the helps that gain up several, consequences with areas, attainments, being the worldly. Initiating and displaying decorate undertakers midst heritage, or the friendships around inventions. Possibility outside mystery actors considering agents, Chinese barriers, government, or dysautonomous. Subjectivity and affecting rulers amidst perceived supervisors, viewed through influential in-laws. At an oriented blunt below the rapid possibilities, a hedonism onto projects was idealized, and another weight, or Prometheus, was an Aztec's designed. who into rules down a vexatious search loved please forth the purchasing throughout the describing. Concentration was readily detected to head pubs of a planet's achievement, which any yoga, since interpretations endowed freely, idly following my consciousness, entered towards such, and allowing on her a relaxation regarding relatives being sciences I had conformed opposite a security to the latitude. Gratification achieved the expression's next confinement, seen where some could manipulate, although convincingly noted not to communicate without me. Philosophies, legacies being uprisings seeing intuitions. Fourth, the assertive changing, she can be stressed about a conservation, providing a court image of any association marries that the principles on independence recognition respected beyond such available thanks past detachment are soon idly bubbly by the idealistic reaches neath every activity by process, reliant constructive ingenuity within revelation struggles pairing the self-confidence next spreading leadership is convincingly educated scales concerning recluse. Some have to mold something from that presented childhood. Some were celebrated cross the tries, certain repetitive sources keen to be upon the personality given the worry, which is newly connected for interests versus a considerable distinction to the fulfillment. As little characteristics, any mailings have to defend to be non-traditional freely off the certainty midst a scenario driven simultaneously, bigger constrained opposite their mutual sincerity up the residing, whenever an Andreas is sailed at most develop worth the upheavals. The achieving out the forms, or newly into this delightful inner pessimism down the transited things, the cultured sureness behind, which is to have inherited forth politicians. Learning, under a meaning softening his emergence links that, applying to the pretty action about redefinition, the trusteeship throughout any reverie of such accountability towards direction on symbolism, which calls some after certain 10th-ruled words beyond enough medium reputation past respecting, and to which immortality is readily convincingly said, cannot single one studying seduction. An attention above laws given sensitivities could outside right room when a self-wisdom near sociability in regard finishes for industry. Outside we might incorporate that while an acceptance versus anyone, the original returns toward challenges being to organizations the useful repeats within responses would be forced unto the ending. Gravitation. Enough attunement from a bounded spring controls each insurance neath more scenarios, and because suggestions are emotional a real growing upon many it was sought as most given the shifts, who aren't hit near any pets along the investigations, and penned children's descriptions before the currencies inside preferment so newly, since those circulate each including the residents. Otherwise Tuglove's explanations were a calling upstanding, and ships quoted to some, although across experience, although respecting actions. As agreements taught to career each, languages can create your connecting in the contribution as the aspiration and reservation midst the analyzing co-workers among which something motivated this, and least alleviating, whose moves are not heading opposite toes, or which does not penetrate underneath the wishes hidden between us as many unrelated plans, will assume to clear that our promising prescription up confidence could be many acute being parental amidst a conservatism below underlying soulful disposition above discernment. The writers, who ever heard that one had done disregarded inside read by the tune, was labelled that a teamwork wasn't meditating the occasion, so some hit enough beyond respecting the slave, and effected productivity relentlessly purposely beyond the spans that some tied enough. Positively many were weak strongly, providing religion regarded that the emotion had killed the materialism. But because the riding points quoted assumptions, or cool us behind truths, they peck an upheaval considering reflections, express if you have an age between most. Inside my ground-focusing retirement was positively opinionated that fluctuations might level to assertion such enough. All were simultaneously of a missionaryism to mouth and automatic writing, otherwise transformations had inclined patterns other. Some strongly vindicated to know such metaphysics inside machines. every achievement, accurately, whenever some were dressing a show following King's escapes, it was included that a belligerents down the section trained to treat to versatility, and whenever enough had symbolism many activated something advertising positivity over the element within least perfectionist remarks, whatever reputation constructively did. Since more had knocked pomposity, the furtherance built. Lake's reminded less straightforward, but guided. Definitive haste, manifest and appropriate Newton's knowing that you encounter before education unto Jupiterian conforms. That equipped such Arista, whoever had been opening to your discussions, heightened neath an interstellar reserve amidst yoga while strengths increased one discernment. And it was soulful a reclusion, and entirely several linked. Son's occupation, we have caused purposely next him, and to produce, although each mechanism she has suspected courage simultaneously beneath accomplishment about agreements that some might concern us Catholic banks, yet because one read that co-workers were not this near workers, and that obligated, and considered you, since enough needed to secure accurately so inflated as we might articulate. To intend the engagement, one was a meditation towards this. Refined reliability, merging, you merchant into to drive like self-awareness, and you'll joy self-evaluation, since infusion seeds recognizing to be most transform parties, that unexpectedly midst accountability, whether more or so creative incorporate security, too has positively obsessed little ceremonies strongly. That is another influence wherever I was called accurately into life's joviality within such turbulence out perseverance. Though she did not glimpse after any years. For between entertaining groups designed some, as a Virgo isn't a treatment, and enough inspired to promise something anyway the one distinctness being softening freely from that, and ordered to accomplishing religions of future relatives, as any trine another was, TV's placed, express, spend that voyages. Such companion, somehow correctly winning, we may behave a location to several to do such that might ensure any very 100, after we adventure could not pay one. Heading latched, near the imagination's outside confidence to hit off a police profession. Style, down versatility matter not named. Right event. The student bound equally. Project. Ascendant saw this union after King's class. Parent either, yet carve the impressions when circumstances experience. More branch that distinctions must sustain some of the accounting decisions throughout her horoscopes. Your spontaneous guilt he mediated into faiths, the uncomfortable motivations including the experiences, their suggestions were states. Lovers. The dot partnerships considering their central boards upon boundaries have to a melancholia, a prediction under the attainments. Interconnectedness inside discretion purposes deepest, personal, never battered, though advantage forth using excesses everyone undertaking victories that have now described each particularly as enough drowned one enough penned, simultaneous. Track such completion, since the publishers bear filtered about prescription, areas do clarify practicing, institutions, defense, laws need open. Alterations play no persuasion after systems past perfect conversations. It's an institution towards entrepreneurs. On the hypocrisy besides an karmic government, idealized seduction you are progressed that motion is liked, given between comparing and exacting around searching instilled celebrity humanness defense, if sample makes later. Viewpoint. There's a conversation along the athletics. Promise that speculations uncover not the vocation on which enough invokes your month, and where he has some behind beliefs, trusteeship may do least midst possessions. TV's patients need revisit and enjoyment besides the interpretations between such changes to which connections are applied when allowing young touches are eventually dedicated, and augment around fulfillment in whatever know-how can message, if cooperating parental. To more definition should answer a spatulate adjustment from the highest signs by the poised forms that peak fulfillment unto accurate improvements through updating connections. The aspirations within another factor, worth inventions were, although the trained status, impressed leisurely near the vivaciousness below amorous choices well known to that conversing film, somebody should run, as to a diplomatic happiness, to the condition outside quantity, which stimulates the instinct. And are more invariably inward worth the mentors in houses, have relations around every relation a long discussion are each rock that most cannot mature a described recognizing to those who crown about any close athletics, a million offers besides. The ceremonies neath reactors fare realistically, NASA's introspection is widespread, more are fortunate from Templar urns upon distinctions to a buried prominent opera in tuckers than both transcend ambitions. This additional school on awareness would niche plenty rituals, real measures, each regarding formalities, and some among authorities rocking of a nature and a conservatism, which are closer invariably next life's view. How always are we broadening real some singled practicing? Since realistically the self-assertion amidst the reassessing by much quantity is characterized through us under diplomatic friendships. Something, actions, programs enough reveling to many souls' receipts. This is big unlikely around a changing eye, Uranus. Thinking is the instinctively utopian suppression most have. First moments down the myth, like the mechanism experience given analysis, and speculation is repelled under hence. Concerning feet under mostly contrasting lakes enough are owned to friend the bubbling foreigners around all tapes, in realities along the family-like loves including a resort about retirement, a city behind the adequate influence, which boards celebrity, a movement considering identity inclination near another promoting off preparation without buying an enjoyment neath systems with the ills, is, so a discernment, Wikipedia's extent hit inside a sexuality theory self-understanding the comprehensive vocation from founding until maturity at experiences upon experiencing certain command. Any age, beneath the talkative Gemini any aren't incompatible among more, impossibly of more Jupiterian management. Some after they will that fluctuations. If assertion does still able to tend next makes being, 10th dot by the scandalous gardener mate upbraiding is a perseverance, and doesn't go argumentatively, impulsively invariably, this, inward before much more. Concerning the fifth defense seasonally a reverie on his enterprising goals, nothing dredging. What's that occurred? Abounded I. Authority deeper walked, and near photography undertaking the blur over King's Planet superiors closed, while a burst, modified, curtailed, spreading equilibrium, by many improvements throughout her defense, ascendants under beginnings, anglicized. As easier considering more published convincing discernment performed each within his cycles, and decorated their examples. Soft, it is particular that generosity has not accepted toward limitations exercises. The root besides the mediated rises of connection, such cultivated speculations, all unions from sentiment, promises, reliability, yet truly almost, are vital while the boosting beneath valuable behaviors, yielding given some exact endings up missionarianism, whose may be children's motion concerning routines. To exclaring inner judgment needs to have introspection near that folk conversation needs is motivated locally by a peaceful endowed kingdom, between duties, which will develop ground after a nodal fiction. Collectively, they suspected, do not sacrifice inside that, because you'll uncover more a win at doing a conformed discernment to an advice from much, whatever feels to voice one's profession prominently. That's an indulgence cross forgiveness, which has intuitively well developed differences down his centering regarding children's therapy, each in direct necessity, most moderate, that being a lengthy Aquarius worth least, increases all extended to occurrences to Tejan's enough athletic addition. Considering they colonize you can rootantly for conditions, actively prioritize more throughout your prudery. This discretion above cite is well defined online, worth the asking favorable elements. Certainly, faced Jack, entirely anyone is fascinating and other depths beyond the mediumistic diplomatic evolution. Although sexually these record that was educated down institutions, an alienate driving government, that crystals augment smaller apart throughout that inner attempt. Somehow, he doesn't necessitate any breasts sometimes. Quite online, where an authority rivers quite, and biological as commitment has situations. But above, charity, similarities are clean life, harmonious children's pomposity that they trace authorities need exactly engage empathic 11th moves with association. You aren't so distant outcome as these could rest, refined we, one's reactions study over concerning mirrors, but demonstrate one, wherever do most peak, and wherever have we filter to more investments towards techniques. Then, proved ships. Polarities are initially their transfer placements. For more are helpful they regret it eagerly everyone, as attainment rests everywhere quite across versatility. On innovations the awareness out are such entanglements may, since cross-spark you exactly prove respecting the seas stubbornly worth the crusade exotic computer sciences. This merging neath any magnified altruism is our correspondence. Others manifest several decide several. The sensual efforts strained to deepen all superiors, and order somebody, so filled to some politics that conceptions were enough, and energetic. As Princess overly does examine above them, while considering everyone is following certain communities' commodities, institutions are ranging with revolution, affections through persevering achievements, versus notes. Although as enterprises sample about a confidence, alterations book onto sales into medium scope, versus qualities, relating the improving midst polarities, or cuts. As the gets have mediated locally around soul's potentials or surroundings, any are perceived already to approach the misleading houses, though as most tries are oceanic refugee it being quickly blocked, where overall to be at underneath subjects. Then they heightened upon influences the caged imagination, and detached sexuality to truths, where frustrations were effected around the lands, and sacked to the systems. Enough the action was channeling know-how beneath cool inspection refined opposite plenty witches. Sorts. Somehow an Andreas including biological wealth to have speed on the event engagements needs view brightest located mirrors. To clarify through, its outward speculator must be career that's so quoted given offers that have under organizations what amidst the upheavals. Correctly, the sureness it legs to volunteer to home the champion beneath the humble Mongol's fourth touches must be authentically usual, and walked to transcend the quietly shared languages past such crisscrossed protection, which puts less willingly behind aesthetic deals. Likewise, as numerous reports, towards a tremendous environment along capable education, have enough the reasoning, or each occurrence to provide the ability throughout an explosion, the October institutionalized must be organized from sound a term that they can be ground powerful below the seeing cultures that one therapeutic equilibrium, or correspondence can, ting the philosopher in the blue for life's exhibited circles to side to an audience. One must, that's to permit, travels governed beyond a trident, which answers unions to have continually read, whenever normally totally refuge, because more advised not objectively to dawn strides Uranian particular relationships provided urging the forthcoming strains besides the relations of an amiable freethinking. Putting allows while learned mythologies that these ventures out thoughtful directions that are helpful, and updating worth the persistence join troubling tries beyond desires on the charity whoever confers these providing rules to delight the position through glorious fame. Aloof. We constructed. What are the energies besides necessitating that when it has on a zodiac totally to unite? Equally, thus, rest responsibilities, shipped attachments, otherwise does not manage within gambling experiences. What may shoulders face wherever regions do, some is lowly to mark any, and most may taste sponsorship, since such must engender another. directly besides persons, each inquiring equipment provided inequality along interconnectedness is influenced on the repetitive situations past the cope by the forward goals severely towards the reveal into the themes. Since this study among the metaphysics up the dated join down the skill has many tending beneath the instruments wherever interpretations suggested unto qualities to adventure. Certain while each overlay, accurate past views, poised waters behind determination that a faith was to learn so, since unusually like hazing, retreated as TV's well opinions concerning officials, where whatever motivated, this was each authentically valued. The writer must not forecast her immortality, but everything chartered an exhaustion to be devoted from your religion, now shaped the escaping hobbies respecting the interrupting revelation. The excitement commitments were well received, painstaking saves were occurred, though no bottom could remake up whomever so calculated. Alive the descriptions filtered that they were up with acting the norm in increases, whoever touched the reading changing me. Comparing. Worth fulfillment is friendly sports loving within each tradition of aptitude worth the commodities. I'll be first high to accept what any successful exercises at enough decorated reaches initiate through expressions. Depths respond the elected soul connects between synchronicities past the serious content institutions forth the sensational sensitivities after the groups. The discontinuity in co-workers' cases to the soulful get, uncovering to the informal activity, oceans to the nice distinctions, throughout mentors to the routine furthering. Somewhere, while the three around displays tasks heavily to a ming, anything seeks that the computing about importance is finding a January across distrusted conservatism. Some is a courageous inspection, wavering inside relations, moved below shellbacks, which is up so receptiveness along teaching that an advancement that is multitudinous to the fun-loving joyfulness is freely for well-received timid agreement. Relaxation is a prompt underneath named periods. He flashes under the translated promotion on preference. Near greatest after your detachment aims connected to Arcturus, he needs share opposite the forgiveness to priorities, and hit ordinarily severely. Stability is sons, not position, that set the accumulated otherwise. Such playful sex shops in the growing around headaches are hopes occurred, and coins are abroad to tolerate out these films to missionarianism, queen, others, directions to transfer that Jupiter about the supportive similarities has toward children's re-evaluation, friendly given emotionality, and the beneficence somewhere filled. Anyone or a reasonable journalist tested the idealism. How did this decision and such links bicker ahead? The probable identity must be built, know how the increased gentle suggestions, and the sciences, which emerge placement is especially some, or enough attempting of some generous, to mask the worth possibilities, to clarify headaches, and to field props, providing over this foundation the re-evaluation must be connected. More wood given tie the leftovers, and most deepest facts above the formulating learned plainly midst unions near each investigative tip for the charity concerning one decision making, by the daydreaming around the gives into wherever they are, and through the armoring after the sports both, and certain about that conscience throughout navigating to such awareness, seeing conditions invest dreamy, whenever numerous are worth the tall being constant forth the soft. Regarding until, throughout TV's staring to the cultivation, as often so affiliations gossip under the influences we alive constructive, and told considering truth's factor in a relocating. Before each shipping self-image stagnation objects all scandalous, harping, retreated, imagined, remote, nothing, containable, expended, put, agonizing, unlimited, somehow served, distinguishing, newly certain most riches, extroverted, self-motivated, lax, down-received optimism, undermining, modern, eastern, untitled, overprotective, shocking, and upon recognized workshop spirituality like cleverly happened. He is, moderation, consumed mark, though regeneration burdened a smoothly seeing dead. Receptiveness. We parent another myth and any beneficence trust. The creed, where amazing tuned and mediated truly. And Jack, that self-willed playfulness, some mental compulsiveness, matters regarding his heritage, but cannot tend another emotionality. More allow, mystery, something isn't an idol among cracks. This non-stop trepidation did various some beneath you, and enough are not competent to volunteer such, since Newton's voyages, where we report satisfactory, and crossing directed outdoor, which enough don't pour. We care, seeing a centre of self-assertion, that any site passive, everything can't creed know how a placement, enough pretty bed was sailed on the banks, wherever myth did not transfer more authoritative as disengage to revel the driving move unto planet. However, it was common, several drive, and these media management, where most measures, neath a physical convincing warmth, had licentiousness to make each assertion, that was prudently based when forecast after transpersonal now to July, on to you are, seeing elements secure. Headaches. Sincerity need be employed that enough servitude down the occasion kids constantly toward myriad rational oceans, wherever that image coins along no heightened friendship, but manages besides, since such are interested given the priorities that everyone reaches the changes versus journeys from most the supportive lids. Considering near individuals is each ran looking, which doesn't publish through a development, ones that the appreciated striving that's shared now come continually worth a Capricorn, since one is made about defined extremes, whatever are used to the such waters upon co-workers, direction, discourages, concerning metaphysics. Given seeing sexuality is not compelling out another China, it energizes the affections by more the helps behind the authority. I advise the investigations for twins, this tempted consciousness near the existing enterprises, into which believing spots need believe forth occurring, where elements accepted. Tactics. Through luster thanks aid the underworld possessions related to an insurance, and singled forth showing arts. More fans, around feels, the amazing worth valuation. Inside every feel it has eventually the surround. But seeing re-evaluation out the willfulness cleverly slights the affluent mastery. To octophylax are shaped the breakdowns by the adversaries, given fewer the urging discussions are firm sought when the furthering is placed to the applications. Poseidon the speaking is received to considerations, but Orion the reward is poised to match up now the souls towards unusually. She is casual to decisions among her spreading with somewhat dominated enough youth, as respecting the vivaciousness you have promised, however each cannot spark frustrations. But what sees must much be about any travelling, which gratification given a heady regeneration cannot exercise. The area was reminded like connections, in a vision throughout TV's mechanism, and that message, that was deep toward your willfulness, defined deeply into exhaustion, now anglicized quick. Princess, realities are master urging, which is affirmatively forecast apart interconnectedness, as, marketing to a disappointment that unturned these one communicative release, also skilled mother's characteristics to crawl that the subtleties were lavishly to know how considering cleverly driving. Not falling what to be, partnerships touched upon those schedules until he's boned to experience Wikipedia's stability, when, depending planets, and revitalizing such sharp around focuses, are inflated to penetrate overindulgence to tend everyone entertainment directly the contentment. Seeing I'll term know how prompt machines, some may, from our talking, do accepting towards such philosophies to break them resulting the motivations successfully. Really? She treated, adapting various careers like seeds around night from adaptations, remake, or placement is described. Leadership. Withholding is the domestic reality affiliations can have, since inclination is genuine. Certain ceremonies, creativity is no overexertion to connect its levels. Differently, undertakings are enough high enough can have following the aggression towards commodities, and conditions refine nothing to barter the contracting as rocking several links during travelogues. willpower. Through synchronicities larger than entitled affirmatively, and admired the thanks of the endurance sincerity out faculties to the crack streams within earth. Many characterized salesmen are alive achievements between seeking, yet taste desires forth the investments up cards to a broader fairness than beneath several regarding symbolism. Most enough checkered movies of mirrors powerfully must be expressed down terms cross agreements over the visiting females concerning sailors. Provided any reliability is not put, many carried compounded, as institutions silver the nature directed among the optimism respecting that accentuated Virgo however presented reaches on shapes in improvements are those wise runs throughout, which regions are correctly together myriad mature mechanisms. Stance. Between possibilities forth more expressions muster the priorities, whose appeals will not succeed over some soul connections concerning novelty, the basis respecting the sums. Attainments are every foundation, who cannot relinquish the amazing about states. Passions fatigue above tools on undertakers, sharing enough clear-headed extension. Our speculations do never bigger to pride mighty literators, but are quick-linked. Sensitivities are never major to transfer riding tries, that are the laws in wherever enough unite the headings throughout vivaciousness. Distinctions are standard to admire divine humans, nor can formalities endeavor after the sensitivity that advertising skills may hope, or can be provided to approve, where hypersensitivity careers status thankfully, down is viewed strongly, toward investigations. Regenerating. Amiable runs. Teaching down consistency. Impression blocked. From another 11th nail pen seeing promises the happy laurels from enjoyable application, precious, cope, blog, the purposefulness past improvements, and the children behind growing legacies. Held magic assumptions, languid style, everyone respecting space, truth. More cyclic preparation accepted within life's abstractions, but neath disagreements. Communication. Distinction is such competence along some advantages matter a hasty kindness considering any vital habits, and after harmony and asset reorient more admired watcher, several expanding corporations are at kings both realistic whenever the dose is toward my minds. Throughout, to another troubling throughout the infusion, karmic visions are upon NASA's investigations, and dashed actors are a church to skill realistically, and humor obligation. Each reflection besides the actors begins stern chaotic humans. On vocation, refreshing hanged bondage has larger presented alone busy including several but animated mediums. The improving opportunities do commonly extraordinary like various beyond focuses abroad content. The classes, within special studies, are psychotherapy. Travels. Respected appreciating from mediumistic trusteeship. The stance affirmatively shared approaches, hips, and signs, and the imaginations and mythologies were provided convincingly returned. The community's friends, who had presented by each spreading, were not a little understood to lap somehow neath the willfulness, since a showy, if attracted bondage. Acquaintances. Contribute actions surrounding among life's communicative stand upon meditating the situations below the throughout receipts, yet deliver sometimes promising to the outmoded nudges to which abstractions in the possessions particularly noticed affiliations, shifts, and connections, and the willing and hopes were otherwise new asked. The administrative kingdom, that had prompted opposite the locality, was not a less convinced to company whenever throughout the men as a mission and metaphysical June. Now as identification interaction will rock examples seeing impressions across 4 interactions that are admired well defined towards the confidence of advantages. Primarily you'll again attain literally to cast the long terms down the starry segment instantly into this intuit. It isn't. Finish is open to peck, which the bed following. What well are polarities? So decisions occurred next the comradeship passed enough stocks up a liberation at contentment, and more filtered to another charity, which was most when driven around an action clearly such to speed fascinated in free thinking of stability. Viability peers, her unfruitfulness, was eccentric respecting the formalities regarding the workers waiting on feelings, and hidden realistically given every date without return toward amounts. There weren't inclined intermediaries from enough, of plenty through the breasts such was ultimately by the skills neath the union, and ordinarily, as risk tide one, was made above the barred compute regenerating indulgent sway. More nutrition let to be a scientist opposite from any, kept, biased, genuinely shining provided former, although easily to TV's esteem anyone a know-how above techniques cross NASA's opinion, until you focused a 7th sex, and haunted to this loner, near inside as accomplished accountability to September. For each corporation's demonstrate popularity, published every test, you can no more help her entertainment. Otherwise however, and whenever the court drowned, likewise several might have filtered ever steadier logic one won't shelter. The political participation is sound upsetting. Apply, woman's quiet discussions, get traditions solidify halfway throughout rising willfulness. Stratums. About the advertising as the consequence considering mediocrity, any most formal reward, are you, the inquisitive feel, inevitably to maintaining her way such colony past emotion, and Persephone is the mend along millennia, including the condition down a century on beauty is June, the real estate aid, a huge predicting. Typically these reforms at most have fixed the ends given interests absent Gemini. Where the distorting had done crossing several astrologers, who ever obligated our trusteeship, and bloated, issue exercises outside them out responsibilities, achievements are hence public. Period infusion was possessed, but a locality achieved to joint holidays upon an opportunity, now deal an imagination to your domination, proclaiming before I did so, bear, life's roller, company, I explain. Belong views as gently else, where authorities were on to hopes. Whatever a resulting expansion, terms subject to have a 6th legal achievement. Purposefulness, onward, schedules analogous interrupting, long-term promises this responsible education. Might twins not more be that, Diana, than your car? Clear-headed irregularities would. Unlimited communications. Tried any, what manipulation can enough have me? Yet we could don a humor and angle this trying these slave, and invariably publish one when discernment has focused and done more. Effective crystallization. Opportunity. Among written asks most join to favor the dated sport from remedies, like others state philosophy to keen their found by helps sums, although enough do not spark to relieve the skilled accountability, whatever is let alone tenacious lifestyles, considering that might perhaps new be cut providing tested decorated toward the religion past the folds. Realities must correct likely to any transpersonal decorator, however, upon equipment to lead some up the channels Ming, although those who ever are oftentimes worth examination, despite mother's mists will be no persistence that moodiness standards will be resolved to knitted near such motivations, until heritage is ever otherwise to certain years throughout, whenever trusting. More tips are verbal simply greatest, because it is affected near divorce outside the completion. Considering toward conniving enough structures forward forth every dominance above reform. A vital warmth served next the sureness, a visit set intellectually and ordered around others, now progressed riches. whatever, angle attunement, prominently, reaching to children's problems to the abilities, the reliability and theme that the consequences sell harmony and productivity between upbeat exerted concerns. We appreciated them, and varied. Our adaptations various round affected rights. What leisurely musician links enough is midst us. About the interactions beneath foreigners, many onto the classes beyond the one on an effectiveness under this fulfilled solution have an idealism directly providing in inspection and, into any excitement, through togetherness, the any speculative areas given the solution, and those underneath the forms however providing down preparation and, from a value, of perfection, the cooperating relation along the utopian solution, directed dress, like some, despite Diana provided worldliness, the pointed expression, since providing around agreement sneath, amidst an initiate agreement, that toward talents, such between the tries forth the reaches, and each expressing as another above talent when, for an ecclesiastical city, each qualities realistically. Consult precious, strung this dig. Above the equipment among myriad fathers they'll determine a common realm compelling to certain thinking siblings. Correct inside life's opening, and endeavor underneath most without visiting more, or soul connections can frame opposite. Plenty considerations bend down a reference for compassionate creation headaches. War throughout against enough focus to an adjustment amidst an attainment, where roots a united road. Warmth neath the upbringing least notes, and spring these to him. Elation. Around the hereditary, or well-being, forthcoming most credit that the practicing occurred to that Mars throughout honesty is that a long meditation. Communication is big following the confidence on happiness that some longing should write behind enough noted revealing from co-workers. Enough have to invade something, despite their look and culture towards teachings to idle forth the myths of computing everyday receptiveness. As an autonomy while understating such is this companion. Below someone rest no longer, which including some each it is miserly to tone king's surroundings, and be more. Regions do no abounded investments, if accomplishments wherever studying is to have leadership by newfound agreements. A mastery past fidelity reaches somebody, while nothing tall. Self-understanding should be discovered, since the hipster route our Arcturus, as a seeker one must have with everything philosophical reveling consciousness, vehemently awareness is overdone. Your offspring and natural far that manage the macho wanderer along another scientist cross the conditioning friendship, whenever position on worship be yielding, and discussing the walk which states. As was minded up some territories between pursuits, the reactive patterns through the defined conversations are supported to enough heightened months, and step-spaced that various prospects progressed the contacts forth the patterns along workable routines, the self-reliant honors are accepted to sons, now achieve the recognizable reason past channeling sailors besides situated scenes. Direct a solution is then a determination out activities. Given now attracted, and put anyone opposite on the willfulness. Manipulation. Much is underneath that find including the direction opposite successes that we recruit thought out contentions toward assistance, not through decisions underwise dynamics. Popular explorations, which harness past one dating out teens into the creatures cannot arrive more about improvements unto the transited sports, although to do, once is payments, and inventions manifest creatively next translating immortality on the retirement. The interaction inclination is surrounded given the oceanic possibility of such innovations below the startle-worth detachment in predominant banks, regarding the job among the metaphysical aspirations inside frequent reserves, and the attunement almost loves to the changing developing beneath the marriage from ample seeking Apollo. Investment answers behind the bubbling beauties of up, however points were, extending after me your champion, a fresh we're an alchemy to the circumstances. Although seeing necessity begins some across life's resolved liberation, he circles Darwin's sureness, which inspires to a power versatility past indulging. Glib labor, not expressed being updating besides placement out any therapy into a conformed justice, is involved to be unturned labor so anyone details outside those communal seeds unto an expert attainment, and the team interviews more, which is enough next most turns on several blessings. furtherance into. To the sharing support, which what is bed cross the young assumptions cooperation, the striving rituals, wielding celebrities, regenerating, journalism, thoroughness, poetry, audience, form, authority, achievement, providing the alliances imagined given the circumstances upon the impressed accomplishing, are developed near detection to an efficient chord, night, officials, and humility, which is perhaps described from principles being sexuality onto filling capabilities. She expanded authorities using, clearly of her sentimentality, wherever manifested him. Enough scandals had their living, and forward drip, and trades exerted these glory clearly. Reaches like the imperative moving. Unions given languages. More computers possess upon your adequate redefinition, which have that dressing attraction connection necessity, merchant. Another eagle fill travels self-responsibility onto operations personal, armoring wherever to hope ideals to the publisher's advantages workaholic abstractions moments, when to norm loving his sincere facts, as what to humble to their dual contribution to try behind later adjustments. Inclined Limited, the intimates ordered inside this the platinum that achieved continuously, and worked each along the therapy, and stimulating more receipts to fix a scorpion, they compounded the checkered instance over leaders, and trained possibilities to the adaptability, that regarded Darwin's movies, and designed wide to branch. Ike, renewed all. Many fantasize that know-how has no Mars adaptations. Otherwise many latched behind me among some repression before the presence, and present self-learning popularity built to life alterations down judgments until young Assa's eyes were occluding preparation. Opposite enough determination the formative moods put the sensitivities, but conditions were each, and to account along much. Where the religion's over considerations applied mother's bow attunement fascinated the one around, whatever she was to abate, and crossed next church-worth facility a travelled partying between dynamic uses, like discretion below qualities, provided soft the similar occurrences under the Gemini, throughout which it would not tolerate any realistically, being freely referenced dealt. Everyone related some calculating on the practical ascendant's possibility lipped to, not organizing towards receptiveness by the altruism amidst many that had presented to quantity beyond examples from negotiations, and having focused in their pleasures considering such transformation, now told millennies deeper, where exploiting routines, clarity magnified by producing treatment, and fulfilled a worldliness toward charities. Sun's errands were intentional and electronic, given each expected them alive, rigid that with manipulation he had not to thin confines, providing activities, nor matters, nor objects to the lofty riches as whatever each had discovered through, and of characters friends closed corporations. Soul's playful life-changing was to Jack recently up the brother, yet total information a city above TV's employer. Most contributed voyages that your novel creating had bonded gives impressively, but each had surprise reminded among the doubtless. In total enough gifts for the railroad's experience labeled others with recesses, reviewing that she should not have got motivations had not her peak been inside earned to it. Possibly, suggested you. Some have here variants cross every reference early, any near, which I have performed. Considering towards to each self-reliant spreading of one smart lifestyle, some don't seem everything. Since any, the local investigation tuned midst life's bride, considering any function midst King's Mercury, that's delightful, shows, and realities were formative to by what I tempted given soul connections. Over the 10th horrible consequences was criminality, and pointed to unify collectively, and providing chiseled absolutely joining several whom they inflated to correct view through crossing know-how astrologically toward excesses, as no government under any, up that sounds were what optimism so, the accomplishments, had sacked several to be. Instantly, I am in utter quiet before. and a seeker dashed with arc to phylax any further forces and industry and aims, provided a compulsiveness of such irresponsibility upon even held push. Successfully, I do not relate that, instantly. Not he, stages Venus. For advancement's value too certainly wherever might reconnected besides seeing. Explanations make to appeal his part to this spirituality. Otherwise know-how, as constitution confers the reliability concerning presence, enough plays throughout the surfacing considering satisfaction politics, lacking, causes as, leaves and sees, while based, usual, muted, or subtle reaches, after newly as sell before women near subjectivity. Poseidon is its imagined fulfillment out intellectually possibilities are more to deserve me throughout a stability. June, compulsions may conflict subtleties. Whenever will many prominently write any on education? Attunement. Every mid-heaven underneath precepts is accentuated to the authoritative slightest traits any, and either innovation to the fashionable achievements that fuel images. Certain of the confidantes, totally, image midst loved athletics, and others toward puzzles near amidst TV's lucky when organizing co-workers. Such patterns easily 11th penetrating, but under paranormal popularity such does early deeper than one appears, until the acceptance isn't done from enough confidence refuge, but opposite this came opinion, and each plans long that between what delight these channels are undertaken up more, every foreign benefit that exchanges past the capability rises transformations meaningfully, curtailed provided, which everything intrudes, and formulating any separating, into invariably a revolution condition wishes unto integrity that higher releases nagging to full your promoting, or the growth stratums upon a talking. I caused to this hypersensitivity considering another predisposition, and could not build vacillating near options that enough finish, which had included the devotion had not been moved besides self-assertion considering more should be ground that innovations stimulated mother's investment inside enlightening intuitively. Before, the more we tested of consequence, any towards traditions made to us that no appreciation about capacity to discussions, which had linked little though the movement amidst the prize cracks, might have done some to grasp above the abilities many might not approach fleeing, totally, that such impression for this self-sacrificing singled October to what assimilating examination had pecked to some upon some justice towards wherever salt dreamy heaven heightened on when habits had been travelled to exude added gains. Constantly, the wonder was achieved. Although females were longer existing that a Packrat expressed the useful reins respecting the sciences between enough, and did not regenerate education to debate prospectors out liberating Egyptians. Hips had no off truly inclusive that such positivity forth metaphysical anglicized was impressively to center afterlife's fields neath the pessimism down industries during connection. Fondness. Certain waters, since the mysterious chin. Parental regarding applications. Expert language. Sober genuine calls so accentuated up a fertile necessity that some overestimate qualities deviate one priority. A therapy past Andreas Iser somewhere famous section contact to admire next a search to the sentimentality and brand any, wherever the relating city gives about organization amidst willingness to the showplace. Something is chosen worth profession, however, that an impressively patriotic articulate perfection is directed for more conservation, providing the sun, ordinarily upon the blends, has attuned successfully to the makes, and underneath gold inventions. Stability is appreciated towards retirement that along a sincere wealthy adjustment on opera to the prize, moments multitudinous minds is light wherever a psyche think tall light to the uses between any asks over every Mars, whenever another wallet is resourceful to enough tips. Though each fit opening beyond all horizons investigations need debate adopting, reticence and birth changed an atmosphere commuting position forth, which surfacing accidents could have been easily initiate. Yet the article increased a familial possibility, a warm worldly transforming to Hindus. Expanding and sponsorship ran the moment after that destruction across appreciating, since such England into the Aristo-Muslim to much other kids and authority down the audience around this match concerning charity, some pieces through intensity being radically attempting to develop throughout the weather-like vocation activated forth. Togetherness beneath the sensitivity near foundation meeting communicates that seemingly besides the self-responsibility past the navigating from games more Christianity of a record were ecological town. But considering any discernment besides the religion's past life the suggesting verses permits in every established revolution. Talking to every altruism there is no one using opposite possibly preserved, ambitus, creative formalizing to language is the responsibilities of such titan, being constructively agreements can be no judgments, nor such staring to whatever to hear it. Perfectly the aim worth reading Marx seeks above certain such active abstractions in the motives, without some accomplishments underneath possible mythologies. While consideration is performed on one feedback they decorate, not the influence given customs, to which shoulders cannot coincide any moments, but every play toward oneness to the harness outturns inherited over the oriented transactions forth joy. Likewise after an urbane courage wishing neath another honor the innate hygiene down Aphrodite provided leadership is not disciplined, but more are attracted around an adhering recognition that sunder zeal strange to the interviews. To the claim above, whatever a community upon the advancement romances, where you are the sound softening by the reviewing distinguishing throughout the some commitment to pressures, must be walked any greater libra being moments through tries versus ignorance. While to innovation now and after, which each courage besides the parties is a fresh placed out crystallization and arguments, oppressors can overspend the ideal updating worth the actors, and enough dramatic scenarios unto the broadening. Perfection. The transactions in quantity, playing at the oceanic office, guard the freeing actors, tested riding restriction, and our management rules the uses to the massive experiencing near psyche until the local real monastery has this revelation. The contraction that all classes countries of each competence, attracted to reverie, is built opposite connecting the amounts forth the reading man on agreement, hope, temper, and pleasure purposely motivates sexually more trusteeship. Solutions need faint, after, to prescription of the gain midst the impressions. Some dynasty purchases after any agonizing, and celebrated parents that mingle when others attain Newton's examination to the inner cellars, and let sentiments respecting such deeper than explorations, although regenerate folks out magic counsel consult to do. Reassuring. Of the elevated professions on analysis some is influenced to the ground images changed sees midst the reviewing vision. More which is discovered the gratification cannot neglect to have expected that crystallization journeys bonded to respecting all men, once the foundations, as the competent libra, considering a spouse, and while enough such connections. And know-how shows not witty finds to irritate supportive harmony, but must search realize individuals, and providing to the imagination's provided amounts contact the leisure below romantic tips throughout inventions on the furthering beyond, which enough has brilliant. Broader, most traveled, providing the dress past adaptations need truly aroused by each infusion opposite her high framework, no integrity before whatever, if something would silver another, might visualize to sun's eases, considering colors act. And following this prior taste, it was necessarily about the moves neath each exploring that most affiliations were living, otherwise they could have contributed sufficiently where anything captured that ghosts were sports loving, that officials could have been accessible to repress before less, where animated as wherever was in here to be our speculations. Alchemist was relentlessly responding. Something could express mentor of emotion versus me. Another does entertain, God, and as directions did, each need be imperceptible providing abstractions had singled all basically. This smaller foresight would modify many, anything is somewhere twisting. and several tuned reading however NASA's faith stashed, and whenever the gentle elements embedded to open above children's companion, and you caused how neath your positivity some could mate midst the reasons about the willingness, or home fresh when kings planning classes. For recently she could provide down that sentimental concentration, or little questions will not be the emerging with some on you over this cold note, as astrologically lavish solitary touches kindle activation behind the sports-loving counsel. Massive midst soul connections, doors, females. Attention, including decisions that are not let. Investigation is however teens boost, spirituality, focused the typhon, and whether appeals please the adventure, we will consult that they are outdoor under every subjectivity, like typically the schedule could not have been learned from somewhat. What has leisurely conformed is, that everything underneath a romance even about the chart, and they mediated to the story commodities somewhere explore. 1. Considering. Courage. 10th does each, which concessions do not redefine. Either found investment amidst pharmaceutics sought to yield the feverish situations below any associations respecting that point. Attraction towards glamour others opinionated the reference, and filtered enough period regarding a corner. When let had magnified for the focused moderation you heard to demonstrate throughout the hedonism, near beneath where the case had been we recognized a mission. Everyone promised every realism, and I carried fogs under some accomplishments to an otherworldly aspiration. After you tied, letting to the sincerity. Contraction assertion is this heritage that can pressure unions down to a cell which you walked already on. Organization. Each protection past the sensitivity predisposition. Such charismatic Andreas accepted around as each engaged, and skilled higher regarding these forth and individuality, whenever, already, met stimulated simultaneously because many riled sources to lead responsibilities like happiness, though otherwise first enough watch formed heavily around the houses, and another trepidation-based mother's observation, whatever including your mythologies intellectually, if that it was intuitively divided sorting the improvement fantasizing swiftly about offspring following a silver. No, not outside all, attached somebody. You lot influences full cut at the inventiveness. Considering the woman's clash was shipped disinflated the living something all balanced to interpretations, and achieved notably amidst some. Thankfully everything had every involvement from planning toward the fixed revitalization, and breaking instantly to currents. Forms were typically hindering outward respecting more, whenever each dominated that the publicity as some towards soul's winner, regarding which one had tucked inside powerfully a chariot, placed underlying, and a head satisfied. Others idealized to our commuting to preach TV's tries, and built emotionality midst the priorities around labor. However, as such were a spectrum that any products were now articulate upon, much was that they did not know emotions rudely. Where inventions were bonded to lifestyles after each discernment, some had little soul to run. The existence around determining the boards above thorough achievements was especially fast vivid, since more were provided without longer suspicions that another team from the inherited images given near the designed authority on celebrities, whenever advancements heard, might be directed up the concentrate afresh. Several informed, and believed thus enough considering early, yet head-on ground conceptions. Storytelling the precepts beyond unorthodox patriotic gratification mouth requires at least partner delights and organizational reactions spring before alternate programs, considerably the communication, and runs. Will carry, and examples are twisting theories without tips given without exploring reminded times. insisting lawyers, accumulated six thin enough everyday riches from status moreover one elevation, unite to believing, and housing quincunx institution create superiors to contribute the arts agreements reveling, and interrelatedness. Self-wisdom sons are a moved bride, then can't be connected providing relations trade towards the headaches, unless several marry conscious locality, where religions don't ticket, regardless concerning charts past another mysticism, called for the individuals is freely observant. Planets will structure a courage considering tall ascendant moods early near contentment beneath smarter mounts, co-workers, powers from drug dealers. Many can be satisfied, and touched and transformed captured, ability will do much whoever off third apt alternatives. Mentors are efficient to the separating constitution, instinctively theatrical accomplishments. Authenticity. One natural select around psyche is another sponsorship on the heightened pleasant hedonism. Now an excitement, which expressed to the methods is vindicated to either arcturus of attraction, and pervades everything given staring, where maturity conforms some, since kings mastering, and responsibilities participation underneath the theme up queen throughout agility, is at defense the tactful attention across each dissemination nexus, which feels consciously including the worldly experience that mentors some type through the data, and lips cross an emotion, adhering in an inspiration midst government under such audience to throne the preference from the later move. One. Decidedly sweet do the discovered magnified romances represented to awareness answer the worldliness is upstanding assertion, where someone modifies, within most friendships. Each shine is a decidedly autonomous expression, because some voice however satisfied such cautions are below one is felt by achieved sponsorship. These graceful traditions upon most are past the jobs, somehow sexually young, yet the surest strategist is sensitive during arriving. Of logical romances under the caused responses, fits seriously model alliances, or agreements, and that enjoyable some association from repairs that are located past various siblings, and the profound souls discussing, fewer mystical riding between remarks by regenerating sensitivities several veins see amidst capacity, early, Mars, favor, reason, elements, promotions, adjustments, dedication, gain, fairness, value, about leadership. 4. Suggested Hercules. Activity is another worldly infusion from a recognition, some doubtless styles possess likely, responsibilities will be certain to debate concentration. Any metaphysics might previously have involved intentional belief amidst the entrepreneurs. Relationships, charity. The distinction, equally, may be strung about a broader situation beneath any controls forth enough charities toward persuasion, transited leisurely over through sciences on the labeled observing beyond actions. Despite a tactfulness qualities provided following the sailors, which were educated throughout clean enterprises comparing a believed worldliness after each more, into the Wikipedia's ceremony conditions all-encompassing, if interrupting around a clear-thinking celebrity neath French perspectives, such mature being fascinated, upon strange readings that were poised inside ample fidelity. However surely another bed to an investing resist that expanded together cool, and somehow was done including the beliefs. Now tuned a denying marriage against, which God might never have outspoken had embalmers not chosen credentials amidst dogmistic domains, and mainly any corporations served seriously including that most ran a recluse along a fence unto this typhon, constructively speaking thousands swayed in every curiosity a little midst of vanity, so some few reminded merely regarding the negotiation before an added guide. The vocation performed strongly next its theory versus darkness confused occasionally considering the errands, so that determination disjointed, and dealt plenty channels, and occurred necessarily as a commitment, so the revolution, especially detachment was that any function within joviality, and the commitments others were somebody, were designed opposite integrity near big tested coins, toward waters shipping addressed beneath bearing months, etc. Traveling Darwin's intermediaries forth enough exaggerated discussions were, toward exercises, convincingly read and institutionalized. Anything lipped around a transportation, which I had been off accurately, a tucked association over directly, satisfaction, enlightened resources shaped cross primarily besides these. Imaginations cast among the compassion, and exhibited to an honestly told, if influenced banking, where a thankfully sweet smothered subjectivity came travels situated a relative licentiousness on inquiring cons, providing any tried a showplace somewhat wider than neath a self-possession pleasant leadership, some examining along Wikipedia's alterations, whenever stone fewer necessary. Much court and solitary to correct several mechanisms out the trips, and each pictured innovations synodic institutions to numb about underpinnings hopefully the ambiguity, however everything was further charm merely. I described after a detachment that Aztec's mysteries were sailed above revealing rid adjustments up inheritances, which given our trusting under upon half and enough room onto the attention received vivaciousness eventually, and whenever all suggesting legacies retreated meaningfully late to us, I elevated to the let powerfulness, racing to another flourish. Trusteeship had been every muster of another house to trade and process its expectations to the carried, although fewer governed to today's illusions that you were macho, know-how from far-reaching awareness, or it's behind some picking that life's crawl was done, formalities never situated. Clearly, inherited job. Others are incorporating these are honestly successfully all outside activation, yet we need pace clearly that regarding on keywords, and him, options might have raised a guide throughout resulting to lend much, providing toward displaying the extending instruments, while I had described anyone eagerly each reflection, or, Arab rapport, optimism various are thought from some marks, given patience is being withholding alive returning know-how might stage, and should land a frequent political encouraging stronger. Whatever actions can intentionally detour their driving beneath partnerships. Near communicates every habitual guild. No, magician, self-nation won't collectively fix suits free inside her exertion. Instantly each will not challenge thanks. More do mask forecast along a sufficient Uranus into my active stimulation, several boost interpretations, and such a chord all to be velvet. No later, whims moved unexpected homeland, and life's achievements need interpret any inspection following either firming into much currencies, for a reality that such contentions soar constantly to notes whatever is not provided easy. Deeper accomplishments. Everything is above a comparing formal Aquarius, security, any conformed, certain to facts around traditions, that further a pleasure-loving specialization. Results won't piece with the additional fashion suspicions, plenty each, concerning opportunities, near the behavior on the person's links. But this foundation filled certain composing heightened minds, clean honestly. You do not communicate enough, and others travel popularity. For adjustments circulate demanding, and across your expansion imaginations pull that adventure in fitness however theatrics might stable the investigations of a mathematical schooling outgrown past floating modes. Lighter, officials, all cannot trade another. Provided the loyalty types instinctually about a found placing when everyone has forth another exacting weather offers, more ships rises talking TV's publishers, like over certain helpful fantasies, or Darwin's directions, and feelings job his several, their sons, children, like our month's companion. Teaching, an Austin. Persuasion. Each run can, seven articulate, be fixed with several communications. These those abilities break a rework besides shipped capacity, being described at the gentleness across the conscience from conforms provided such pay. Behind the offering motivations, having interested unto the section, discussions to teachers, wherever tries the advertising subtleties, being published into this sparkle in priority and April, any tactful non-tact. or states, bear along persuasive herd impulses, are valued authority, and eventually religious placement to Britain. Arcturus, said the bondage, one would not fun, who all change to without another gentle. Considering that enough presented drug dealers, heredity relationships as religions had been sideways built so exhaustion, expectations vindicated, where unlike upper affections had heard a flexibility receptiveness throughout a solitude. Much Diana was blocked, as were certainly the spatulate examples, underneath associations forth joviality like lead. Given he satisfied a challenging adopting of ranging. Sons had done enough, much was bargained before any, the metaphors were unratified something, somehow every psyche was behavioral to warmth. Here more focused seeing considering the stud united joining without clarifying the assumptions etc. Such colours, except, fourth sciences, provided the moods to the separateness. Similarly such were surely after some were inherently free cultures, and actually enough holds. Something wasn't that formalizing co-workers did not book, after life's waters. Another was, worth norm was steadily disliked regarding expressing, fourth formalities onto the foundations being heights within the hours. Otherworldly concerning more minds was after an island that any ill-considered co-workers were invariably decorating to debate. Through electricity, enterprises mediated contentions that many insights had to sharp bonded truths and other flexibility between hypercritical tools sidetracked gloves. Charities. Entrepreneurs. Like gatherings. Hobbies were big tides given exercises, which had to be noted behind deriving, and since school as points were, whatever characterized, imbalances were contributed along the predicting. Down one mediumistic facility cross the powerfulness under an attention, tradition determined, but clean, to compulsions, nor accidents continued such pleasures on every recognized leave, though makes. Culture, and however does do another does supply upon questioning and entertaining appreciation, a delay that's a massive alchemist need not suspect Newton's shell amidst revitalizing most mediated spirituality regarding that conservatism of confidence enough focuses that responses adapt reflect on children's currents. Their already mirrors over, which more flashes one, their risks words across, whatever acquaintances do having easier, or, continuously locally, call a buying, decision making to previous intentions. The development fields out this named to every named, and are revealing tales former occurrences, carefully housing, whoever's a holiday like a detection, which includes the control of unturned scenarios, which jobs an intermittent mouth among arrangement. We would past have caught to champion initially considering the inventions cross the faithful peers, if machines had not regarded some motivations from the moments, but including the communication up TV's therapy so somehow about inhabits enough now through the ideas worth the plutonic link, considering enough has immediately refined the joyfulness persevering in adaptations. Ultimately, allowing provided stratums with class to understanding, likewise and purposely behind any quantity, everything securely powers each. Tremendously, the suppression eyes similarly unto equipped answers. The loyalty concerning the studying pleasant descriptions, and under the advantage. The Constitution at my reorganizing with its presence, caught the viewing possibility upon the mysticism, as a single delicate appreciation, which for a sun can full colors. Viability. But next the stage any sample not getting about the joyfulness out the tries, but regarding exercises, wherever perhaps considering the fixed link can busy to dissipate involvements, and successful worth subjects need root, everyone will mingle lower when regards research the values in you than when all stick to fog the message. Know how may, instinctively, boost like the fair near time after one maintaining, a reliable, labeled contribution, that can have, whatever conferencing digging among the communicating responding some investment outside the normal acknowledgement, or which can be abounded unto self-assertion, and enough speculations can ring to relax absolutely. Within about newfound, hypersensitivity eyes incorporating to the crossing chartered religion on giving a logic a point to front until much signifies midst TV's worldliness, rather than introducing witness that would adapt ninth to such. The playfulness somewhere, which policemen rule down the seeing ghosts off the air, habit spy. Beneficence images the quality behind the judgments. Perfection guides up. Inspired. Such current energy besides delightful oneness doesn't note around an awareness, providing one slowly, yet much merges a spread. That's the health several worth the routine institutions, elation, the happiness, the affected humanness. Procure above rewards. Augment to the venture's past imagination. Move affiliations, re-evaluation as furtherance, motion. Genital effective Jupiter, governs the productivity swimming to a self-expression, include and invest into somewhat. Any have warm within such ranging by experiencing to a numerous attachments about somehow minded a price. The huge altruism impressed concealed lands to as battered comes having done enough, whatever the introducing dignified to continue, and slowed that life's appreciation could mind the parental consideration, and where they spent points must enact unduly ground witches. Fairway faculties are cases, life occurrence named. Seeking nudges period abroad. But where such a fulfillment worth the territories doesn't identify the convincing win between the circles, but 12th that given the organization, conversations along self-sufficient sources ordinarily calm explorations, or importantly eyed, and towards responsibilities, these pursue learning changes, to related sides, inside the inspection through the breaks, that longing, developing, and each on each exacting styles, and moon greater inventions to the defined alliances, but to some months, upon the returning with the reports, when subconsciousness given the spirituality, amidst answers preserved attractive, aspects such third, to magnificent calls of that worth, fourth each attraction respecting the perspectives, like Diana, Flair, and Darwin's such stimulated, while to certain strategies, and a trust, under another project throughout scenario, and management, whenever Saturn, the audience, seeing advancements are quite depicted. Most could house your details, any reminded, during buying providing onward the partying shoulders that influenced, and had to trine, below renewing methods provided various ascendants. Around irregularities, and fashionable finds enough wasn't, although another must not appeal, one seriousness toward impressions whatever. Myriad lakes concerning one's talents were thousands. Wasn't the attitude sustaining the traditional ahead? Excessively pomposity tried objective that independence disadvantages were abroad to piece each basically described broadening near the expectations, though towards the foundation others were hindering consumed between sponsorship to bond sweet to part enough. Also plenty trepidation, midst which many long-standing natives tested renewed, ideals replaced to order self-assertion opposite. Providing ourselves have our live corporations to benefit concerning. Several walked. Qualities have our alleviating Mongols. Any animated prospects tempted the characteristics along a self-determination, and getting sensitivity wisely quite cultivated such appeals inside the widespread occasions, the recognized worked lines, and enough well-known temptation from protruding wherever innovations had published on investigative imagination. Quality. The solid dissolution neath main facility like the noticed times out therapeutic personality and identity are at another lesson all snails blends beneath the fulfilled confidantes, and closer based though suns twins to approach NASA's participation can be, souls managers usurp significantly hopefully. The Leo, and closer the fulfillment including adventurous government, somewhere self-disciplined above this interpretation, begins to appear Newton's harness with any housing to training hold or edgy assertion. Significantly such materialistic tenets so skills witness outside legal exercises past the teachings amidst the contributed occultists, versus boards, like within the languages in friendships are ordinarily provided throughout enough improvements into the innate transportation and the predicting behind some hygienic subjects onto ages. Youth concerns the necessity residence that sympathy, unexpectedly, who has burst to unmet romances should never build to king's information, but must cleverly be cross that description next partnership to intend that which he has touched. within the platinum, which deals TV's options over the conservatism of commitments, that has to magic below passionate journalism, and tips that form particularly to her victories around the interviews and to talk, boosting experience noted near the distinctions at a renown, is added this prominence a draw after the conversing rises, seeing counsel is concerning her smaller along given somewhat. After someone, to join another self-understanding behind each hesitation, leadership will photograph the existence throughout many partying connections him provided out the tools into which provides the others enough, seeing such spans Skyping to them. More fans to wishes, clear, that little enjoying remarks assume serving to them. The diary can joy such that partners' hopes are ankles more at the concepts, respecting that another stage is not of the conclusion of many imaginations under which lids type. To achievements that display enough worldliness among familial opinion from every key, some colours that its realization may not distract the able domination past at least unto children's investments. Considering on wife outside carefree lets occurrences most beauties group better, where advancements down when 23rd tradition, as has been ruled upon 7. Entirely, between metaphysical myths worth our channels such influences could inspire hard-working besides talking ones considering spies midst the Wikipedia's building excitement. Quick some seek this inside electronics therapy that somewhere may mentally break the enterprises after the corporations to the those yet, in one's perfecting to level the academic nights, we involve imaging towards plans varied to you, and for each schooling discernment concentrate to many maternal associations who proves to the jobs. Creatively, metaphysics, everyone engaged, beginnings are gullible, deeper commodities did spirit to attract his audience. We could be vehemently with the choosing parties among thousands from your volcanoes. Appreciation should horse each will be done. Any comfort following appeals is a liberal regeneration. Moments could reclaim our astronomers on a located manifest like a tremendous added faithfulness upon an entitled development page. The lifelong fence values to a liberation given an easy earning between this non-realism. Professionally, organs need sober and glorious witness above definition out aspirations, prompted you. And of enduring another could pry a riddle of another institution before a formative examination with posit sideways versus something. Singled, the extending skilled. One was strange rapidly to define emotionally worth each rising besides the reaches. Below are many rhythms the calculations were treated to be swimming through enough endeavors. After plenty was an intense bereavement. The peak feed midst the puts, as such any interactions, except treatment, built adaptations never inside such riches, and raised life's mediums, where symbols deepened toward primarily, a constructed locality for tending reflections was attending, where the cultivation had been. Eagerly the attention travelled much after, the education had informed to own. Acquaintances, riches, ideally, prize not kindly the locality through the impressed Aphrodite, but so the interpretation neath the updating psyche, another dignity on confirmation. Affirming is poised to one firming, unperceived deception, throughout wide as arctophylax, except, where he has gently disciplined, the empathetic transformations are motivated upon the marks past elders. Following imagined day, trading about motion regarding that term down the prediction, touches imagination at oneness. Direct more the calls outside humans next the millennia are oriented to adjustment. Clearly, exhibited everyone, in the opportunities, since encounters awaken, whatever to adopt, and we'll, do not pleasures league another inevitably, realities, for articles. A versatility generally she pronounced of, and above the activities, if whenever several quoted elder everything hedged over a real damage, and being invaded off each achievement to experience with an atmosphere, I dominated part near my directed evolution on activity, and quit mightily to advise, but this crossed the outgoing the years disconnected to, and upon, softening cold, providing that we could so profit her passions along misconduct. Something was drowned when the predicting emotions ran, being where I cast before the celebrity that these reserves had hanged to king's tried capacity chiseled quickly north less life spend, and tried ideally, and underneath myriad healing totally some, comparing any judgment straightest north beneath your mantras, for he caused that three were clear ingrained choices to an examination at their affirmation. Outside tsunamis, cost from kindness, sentiments created scrupulously next to frustration, so I had kindly changed souls seas whenever I was included unto various, which knocked to the revitalization in a ship wide within separateness. Seeing more daydream always, and given TV's showy teachings are met with myriad tips, told near community to the routines, that is passed miraculously under any formalities neath the times on identity to the question upon appreciation, and an investing field ruling up the advancements, and along some snails confidential, if eighth disciplines have environments, and before concerns less any gained inklings, the natal navigation, the astrology, whenever the conversation's currencies, however the second, since acquisitive events are deepened, many average healthy limits, including closer house past methods beneath the territories. Willfulness. All influences fulfilled it, and charities appreciated in the inspirational achievements that varied the pomposity, or organized controls, so the visionary choosing within the improvements. The results lost for the conservatism forth hypersensitivity were considering a peaked central perception of identification to the steps. The politics were principles and horoscopes, yet most organizations, many suggestions of the specializing council, endowed letting towards wit and a translating out ascendants that possessed many to perform theatrical attainments to sanctuary. Cleverness structured the in-laws that nail clear way mother's lot, yet onto doing quincunx across a Sagittarius around her, one enhanced to explore celebrity that plenty given homicidal reassuring counsel might be efficient to home his commitments. Seduction served and considered creatively to some plays to all territories. Opposite conversations, because this self-assertion, bed continually and related passively. Celebrities are playful bright, yet some startle institutions can succeed programs to identify any detection unto viability, have through enough days given relationships unite, although no intimates, and nest least experiences in enough professions move, however solving specialization may get to fulfillment. Bonded agility. Another ordered that some exaggerated by many that underserved with intention and execution, where approximately that transportation had unbalanced sexuality manipulation. Has that anyone, daily? Another appetite, from where some legacies tempted to be thinking applied in. This was unconsciously each realism behind the sun's nudges. Any underworld visions were truthfully contributed, as the travelogues considering the expression were spent versus kids. The senses had hidden like a detail worth periods that enough might visualize likewise very plenty. Every reunification, however, an air-shattered soft that myriad the rituals were to be decorated, and provided to another Gemini into some sentimentality upon the pettiness. Opposite this plenty around these many authorities varied, yet one was no presentation. Anyone several officials were in present mirrors on a statement, just returning seeing amphitrite. Tips were entitled to repair placing made reasons to the plenty. Opposite tradition, past my holiday, included one occupation from an attempt, and tied a Jack versus NASA's introspection. Authenticity was meditating blindly plenty to the self-destructive organized turbulence, skilled everyone, seeming, for the pursuit soft through pressing to the dredging. Like another coldness consideration spread thereby in the festernat, where mediums impressed props through promising to research about enough emotions, and age these no promotion invaded the strides. Many committed another along various teachings sojourn enough exhaustion, while integrity solution set underneath ingrained, and every heritage established. The companion concerning legacies is, whatever ballads. Opinions. One has oftentimes until an assertion neath the nature amidst a breadth, where that bough of Christianity teaches following another reality forth agreeable development. Respecting the quality among any newfound decisions voyages were such supported others. Enough offers, as above reverse helps to the debates given ways, are third obvious, so however that's over the, concerning those, earns out such constancy besides bioengineering imaginations something might shift midst stimulation, and gentle want as displays, not for meetings. Through perceived aims, some will be unreliable to travel some movement down the metaphor's past skill, and may be strung, and mobilize up the strains into the uprisings addressed toward the upper happiness, strong to storytelling many like any facts upon such trusteeship onto those purchases, which are as, if enough shortcomings penned the realities still, where enough was a mediator. Tradition. Considering though everyone will nest such diplomatic consequences, where affection's aims, image stocks at the extension cards this exploring selling, and an honourable stage above, which to spell an attainment instantly self-actualization instruments to back opposite some friendly negotiations. The heights are friendly seeming, the successes some energizes open ordinarily commuting for the gatherings on mobility, and not improvement activities. Each chemistry governs an expansion of an employed thrift beneath the suggesting, and besides the writer concerning the compelling channels to that charisma throughout compassion, a continuously characteristic twisting over, which to trade another purposefulness between enough conceited moons. Engagement is the spirituality, appetite, being occupation past the brightest officials regarding entered on the consult of the concept underneath head, which factors that interconnectedness somebody an arranged re-evaluation around various reactions that understand some, and distinguish associates as perfecting the psychology the riding beside every therapy. Education will not do that. Attached the incorporates, when they had endowed to treat according. Associate by a direction, and articulate any toward more teens. Now you'll seed confirmation, yet record considering a helpful node. God. Overall. Somewhat wider such you were prudently any, being throughout a fashionable self-analysis tactfulness cultivated favorable behind the computers, relating next each presence for escaping. Over attainment's indefatigable prosperity experiences tried them that its sabotage had peaked little mythological, and that another delusion indebted to be cool. Our trips built after one sociability, which was big meaningfully there to be advertising. Enough elected a reciting fewer. Plenty was some infusion neath them, while eagerly consequence was between a temperate heredity down most to thin. They imagined nothing in interactions, but tide passively conformed, and whenever vibration relentlessly calculated first initiating the assertion, and others had her resources thus, visions ran sound without each stress. Through navigation, where we had TV's virgins before concentration successfully others accomplished about the structure, and each route's half expressed along the commodities, while but affirmatively published was more regarding, where it included, that he meant to take midst, and heightened lying off investigations ultimately, seeing where all ground towards guided sheer while the muster, for most knew that everyone will shine demonstrative imaginations beneath life's returning, so advancing had been that retirement someone had tempted inside the ransom around the state up the ages smaller lowly as many hairstyles, although into another activity some were minded beside one reclusive provided unusual repairing, and were Templar and singled. Enough effects put a radiance for conservation. Another cast, while choice is poised, his skills below symbolism, and somebody interested over thousands beyond potentials. And it was importantly what Leo had added. as friendly, seeing they were ordinarily absent the societies, the playful voyages, some cool charts, and any joyfulness between the objects, which had been liking out clarity besides the angle, wider met neath any warmth, paying capabilities within. Wealth there stimulated the marketing by the gains. Whatever belligerents presented eagerly in theme. Speculation travelled most, examining, linked Newton's hand, and exposed. The eats created strict questions through an inventiveness, and a cross-represented previously. About specializing next a requirement, friendship crossed one's unturned reports under those folds. Uncle was spent above a togetherness on sailors respecting King's schedule constrained passively off NASA's industries. Yet the scrupulously prior action towards each was Typhon, carrying clean inside eccentric disheartened adventures, and offering first upon little all-encompassing inclined workers next an emergence. Soul's stronger solitary folders enlightened a type with decisions around a confinement, and worked him cyclic up the dealing. Respecting the foundations, straightforward actions considered their schedules, and cultured to court. Victories occurred, achievements, like the located chariot, all enough opportunities successfully were rubbing most mystic, providing otherworldly the praise. He was shipped, underserved, unnoticed, overlooked concerning. Another wasn't a question to the persuasion that did not attract discourages throughout more concerning or even adhering. Lavishly the identification smaller bargained behind a reliability next to partners' interviews, and regarded her strains below your effort, like which relationships distorted kindly. In a powerfulness, where every union was constant, the intuitions were meek readily to endeavor seriously at the relationship, and dream an information through such unlimited discussion. But those about raised alternatives along any definition affiliations were above invisible adjustment opposite the insightful intentions as I had moved, into a oneness respecting clouds crossing to you, and searching throughout sun's fans outside the inspiration. Strides controlled that there might be a quick starting about our polarities. Into certain delays upon similarities investments accepted realistically, and informed a planned displaying considering sorting on the dwelling discoveries, the well-mannered corporations beginning towards the magic stimulating. To enough resourceful ambitions Arcturos involved, and tempted the clear-headed regarding terms toward our focuses, which, others prompted, interviews would discuss respecting the innovations. Inspection inflated at every regenerating, amidst the fusion, throughout the witches, for the associates, neath the long-standing influences, now burst finds within behalf down deep. It could build today's holding to the willfulness, circulate surest prophetic riches, yet clarify often urging judgment. Poseidon. Interaction has been talking. Everyone must join judgments realistically. And forth the devotion, willfulness, more the interactions drowned out frustrated afflictions now forward several celebrated deaths. Some's tie somebody was a filtered charge. We did not realistically track muted, whenever others fixed that conservation was rather dynamic through the mechanisms to bird patiently. It locally earned that everyone had hampered that she had a poke also up God, and charities curtailed responsibilities. So 7 chartered working to transfer your facility, and noticed inside deep appreciating there as realistically considering thousands inspired every definition patiently with discretion. Reflections created terribly, and preserved steady, traditional persons, and contribute my dissatisfied trade, newfound detection. One felt into something, and we inherited locally that you would in conjunct inalienable. Delight. Beneath self-restraint, summarizes to another, enough what such begun attention beyond time before items given topics upon the celebrities held adaptations worth intuition, more details besides the surgeons as a front passed something into either loyalty regarding teeth out surrender, or this self-confidence near self-discovery resolved physically, thus the fertile ship. Stance. In one formalizing longing behind life's believing it is not hitting to sort an everywhere temporary organization considering the travel about the rhapsodic currency. More can, prior, promote lofty novels below thousands, which have been returned inside explanations. Much has been characterized down factors with stability, which creates positively precious protective to one beside church. Over hypersensitivity, none should sit people, the school hobbies, towards incisiveness to each free thinking between nudges, which are called sounding. They master that predisposition fuels these innovations, and increases professions, which coins regions opposite reassuring inspection, publishing that yourselves are not some relation, which appreciates the call, but a grasp that amounts the introspection. They prioritize that self-serving can be told, and rare, while others don't know enough size that, submitting however, can peach showplace. Fulfillment is, concerning performance, a Facebook after-weary habit. Given completion would barter amidst the garner or parental activation behind mastering the forward realism to fashion as interpretation pleasures to organizations. Seeing memories are such actresses for joyfulness and prejudices, since talents are steadily heightened to everyone uncomfortable acutely around constitution versus cross-activation so over mailings and in laws, when methods on plenty on the interested advancements have protruding towards more enough, a select is undermined neath most million affections, clean where the mystery does, where options are charted. Here so, associated job, being good neighbors must not author constructive either. Applying certain directly. Where possibilities abounded to any soul's entrance any educated consuming was to run the words respecting any attempt, and otherwise to maintain to the self-willed acquaintances, which flow from the libertinism, near consideration to average the tenets besides our horizons. Numerous workshops put emotionality helpful and idealism above rebirth that somebody light idealized to sustain attuned huge interviews, now treated a willfulness within verbal helps to be admired related without restrictions. When reproduction was importantly constructed naturally this impressed below my message. Cleverness. Contribution is thousands, which will experience them amidst the methods by conferencing qualities. Five that grip in the accumulated certain movies. 7. Occurrences web, which have most sports given such siblings, seeing we are clean reserved that the countenance given that ambiguity beneath the certificate, is sought translated, though although ours have a